This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to this morning safari live from the Masai Mara. Already I have a lioness ready to hunt. Time to be on live safari once more, and this morning we start with an epic start. My name is Isaac and on camera is Big James. Already we are with the Olololo Pride. One of the lionesses is about to make a hunt. Please. Yes, she is on her haunches, ready to pounce. So any moment it might happen. What a way to start a morning. Remember to engage us on hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag Wild Earth. I'm so excited I actually speak, but what a way to start a morning. Remember, this is coming live from the Masai Mara. Over here, the temperatures are about 18 degrees Celsius and about 63 Fahrenheit, so it's quite perfect. No wind, as you can tell. The grass is not moving, and she's just moving ahead. Anytime it might happen. Please allow me to speak less and let the actions work. I don't want to attract any attention, so I'm gonna stay quiet and leave you to enjoy to it. The wildebeest don't have an idea she's there. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Oh, look at her belly. Looks like she had eaten already. Wow, I've never seen this kind of behavior. Yeah. Okay guys, I don't know why she's on her belly. She just put her head up. The wildebeest are not far at all, but looks like she's been eating very well. They're only about 60 feet, about 90 feet, sorry, and anytime she might go, but at the same time she's very this time of the year they can be very choosy. Normally she would have gone long time, but who says anything? Lion is still a cat, and even with a belly full they will still go for more. I have seen, lions with more than one kill. When they, the moment itself, they will make more than one kill. Remember, yes, we are on the migration time, and as you can tell, there's plenty of young ones with very interesting looking horns. those ones were born in February, and so they are making their first migration or maybe their first journey to the Masai Mara. This is part of the experience they go through, going through tall grass, and also being, when they get ambushed. This is part of all learning. Look at that little guy. Can you imagine if he knew the lion was there? He would not be there.
From the southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the western corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger, so too are the lions of the Mara who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall. For the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Certainly everybody does need to eat out here in the wild. It's a beautiful circle, the way that there's prey and predators. Even the trees, there's so much competition. The trees are in constant competition. It's just awesome. My name is Trishal and I've got BK on camera this morning. I'm a little distracted because we are trying to follow up on a leopard, and that's why we have a bit of a rolling start this morning. And that's part of the journey, isn't it? To not actually see any animals, but actually find them. So we're looking for tracks of a female, possibly a female named Shidulu. They came all the way from the north to the south. Now, tracking can be quite difficult, and in this weather, predators like to move around. So the most important thing we need is to actually hear the prey species, things like wildebeest or impala or kudu, letting us know there's a predator on the move, and they go ba 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 ba. That's what we're listening out for. So we're going to keep on tracking. Hopefully we'll find this leopard for you.
Good morning from a very cloudy, overcast day here at PRIDELANDS Eco Training, but that doesn't seem to be bothering the giraffe too much, as they are still up and doing their normal things. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Sebastian Rombi, and we're not only going to be looking for the tallest mammal, but we're also going to be looking for some lions, which we heard calling maybe about 20 minutes ago. But let's have a look at some of the giraffe. Oh, here's a nice one standing next to a marula tree, which is a nice comparison, so you can actually see how tall they get. And don't you just love the contrast of the dying sort of tawny grass? All the trees have lost their leaves. The one that the giraffe is feeding on, I wonder what type of that is. Interesting. It looks like it's maybe one of the thorns. Looks like it's potentially a spike thorn. A tree that doesn't ever lose its leaves, and I think the giraffe is very, very happy to have some greenery in its life, because it's still going to be maybe a few months before we get the rain, and it revitalizes the bush. But look how long her neck is, and if we watch very carefully, we might even be able to see her swallow the ball of cud, or the chewed up leaves that she's eating. Let's see if we can see that, because that could be quite cool. Yes, giraffe are magnificent creatures, and especially when you get to see the peristalsis, sort of the movement of the food going up and down that very, very long neck. It can actually be quite comical, but maybe not today. Maybe we're going to have to wait for it to regurgitate some partially digested food, But we know these giraffe are, so we can always come back at some point and see what they get up to. They might even go in for a drink. They're not too far away from a dam. All the birds are just starting to wake up. Starting to hear more and more tweets and twitters in the distance. And I'm probably going to sit quiet now to hear if we can hear those lions.
We have got a lot of elephants here, and they are feeding beneath a big tree. And there's a little one, two very little ones, and then the rest looking after the little ones. From the herd of elephants we began with yesterday morning. A little bit calmer, I would say. And they're kind of mixing their feeding between trees and grasses. That little one sampling all sorts of different foods as he transfers from a milk-based diet to a diet based on just about any vegetation that there is out here. It's important to remember that their feeding is not indiscriminate. They don't just eat anything. They're quite selective, although they have a very wide variety of food. Kevin, yes, elephants do tend to be left or right tusked, that you are left or right-handed, and you can see that quite often in older elephants, because what happens, one tusk wears down than the other, and some tusk breaks. But I don't think that it's a case of them being unable to use one tusk or the other. They just tend to use one more predominantly than the other. So if the dominant one breaks off, there's no reason that they shouldn't use the other one. Can hear a whole lot more coming through from the right, and it's a slightly sort of intimidating feeling because I can't actually see them because the bush is so thick, but I can hear them coming. That's what this...
Nice to have all of you, and we just want to quickly find out what her plans are or what she wants to do, but I'm thinking she might be looking for some breakfast. So she's in that tall grass there that we call the elephant grass, and luckily James was having a young elephant eating grass. Not sure what type of grass she was eating. Elizabeth, you'd like to know if lions do hunt alone. Yes, Elizabeth, I'll tell you, the females are very good hunters. Even one lioness single-handedly, it's very easy for them to hunt. In general, Elizabeth, I'll tell you, they always go as a pride because, of course, it's a lot easier to bring a prey down if you get 3-4 lionesses going for a big animal, for example, a buffalo. Well, one lioness, Elizabeth, can very easily go for a zebra or for a wildebeest. They are very good hunters. Males, Elizabeth, very unusual to see a single male making its own kill unless it's hunting a prey that, an old buffalo or a sick animal like a zebra or a wildebeest. But in general, lionesses are very quick and they'll just do the chase or lay ambush and bring down any prey of some sort, be it a zebra or a wildebeest. Well, I'm very close to the Mara River, and what I want to do is just to get there. Oh, she just came out again from the grass. Oh, there she is. There are two of them, and this particular pride belonged to a pride or a group that we call the pride. The two sisters normally. So we had seen the sister earlier. The sister is in one direction. I would say about 100 meters from where that one is. Sometimes they'll just browse in the grass, looking for small little things. Not once we have seen lionesses even eating chicks, or the grass, for example, guinea hens, should they find some, or many lapwings that will always hatch on the ground. We have always seen them browse the grass. If they, for example, get a scrub hare that is hiding somewhere there, it will quickly go for breakfast. Now, the tree line that you see there, that is the Mara River, and that's basically my destination today. I'll hang out around that area and hopefully we might see some wildebeest coming to cross. Yeah, that's her there, slowly weaving in the grass. So I just want to move forward in front of her and maybe go wait for her in the river. You never know what plans she got.
Hello guys and welcome. What I've just done is I've driven far and turned the vehicle to face a different direction. The main reason is I want it to be as natural as possible. So now we're almost about 100 meters, which is 300 feet from where we were before. You can see we have moved, and the main reason I wanted is not to attract any attention, so that happens naturally. I'm all alone, but you're seated back, back there. You are with me. Thank you. So I'm sitting here. The beast are starting to back towards the lioness. One thing I realized is she has made a kill during the night. She has eaten almost half of it. That's why she had that full belly. But it doesn't mean that she won't go. Yes, I'm talking about you, lioness. So she will need to have the wildebeest as close as possible because she's already tummy full. Remember, this is coming live from the Mara Triangle in the Masai Mara. This is migration time, and it is like Christmas for these lions. Look at that, we have moved quite a distance. We want it to happen as natural as possible. Anything happening, we won't miss, because Big James is tracking everything with his, big lens. Look at this. They're so oblivious, they actually have no clue what is just about to hit them. Just milling around. Remember, they arrived here last night. They are moving closer and closer towards their destination. This long grass is what attracts them, and they're having it big time. Morel, you asked me if we haven't seen the sausage tree pride yet. No. Unfortunately, we don't have coverage for that area, but we will be doing that in the next coming weeks. Remember, they're quite a distance away from us. We haven't seen them yet, but I'm sure we will be updating you in the coming weeks. Everybody loves the sausage tree pride. I have words that are all intact, 14 of them, so don't you worry, it's a matter of time and we will share them with you.
So before they see all of the prides in the Mara, we are here on and beyond NGALA this morning, and welcome to all our viewers. And at the moment we are in the Timbavati riverbed, and as you can see, no immediate sign of life. Good morning, I'm Yapi, and behind the camera we have Gerrit this morning, and we're currently busy checking the riverbed for any signs of any animals, elephant, maybe some lions. The lions were in this area yesterday, and we're hoping that we might be able to pick up on any signs of them. It's a bit of a windy morning this morning, and a bit of an overcast day. We even felt a drop or two earlier, so it's a little bit cold for animals, and I think because of that it might be slightly more tricky to find animals this morning. So I think we're going to continue and head up the bank and check the floodplain areas nearby. Now the best thing about this riverbed is the large trees that we have on the banks, because they've got better access to water here. Trees that normally wouldn't be so big further away from the riverbed tend to be a lot taller and a lot bigger. So myself and Gerrit's going to continue, and we can hopefully pick up on any signs.
Our elephants have been giving us a wonderful display. We've had them looking at us. A big cow came and stood about 2.5 meters from us. There's one right behind us. Yeah, she's been a little suspicious of our motives here. She did exactly what she's doing there in front of us. Then she went to the side and did the same thing and has now gone around the back. And when an elephant opens her out like that, she's indicating, well, I wouldn't say outright distress, but she's certainly indicating that she's a little bit suspicious of what we want here. But the rest of the herd is unconcerned, and I suspect it's because the others are sitting so close to us, some of the youngsters, that she is indicating her displeasure. It may well be at them rather than at us. No, Jasmine, elephants don't sharpen their tusks on purpose. And that's an interesting question because some animals do sharpen their weapons, if you like. We know that rhinos sharpen their horns, so you'll often find smooth bits of straight tree that have been rubbed almost raw by rhinos. Now here's a youngster, and I think actually that this is what the cow is looking at. I think she's watching this one here. Not very happy that the little one was between us all. Now let's watch what happens, because there's that cow with her other youngster. Yeah, and as soon as the second one walked past the front, so she's relaxed a bit. So I suspect that they were talking to each other the whole time. They would have made soft infrasonic sounds that sound like that, sort of. And now they've all gathered on the one side of us. So the oldest cow has managed to pull the rest of the herd across to where she is, and that's made her much more comfortable. How interesting. So I don't think it was anything we did at all. I think it was the fact that the herd kind of split and walked around us, and she turned around and suddenly saw that either her older offspring or perhaps niece or nephew was the other side of us, and she didn't like that very much. And so I think she was talking to him or her until he or she walked around the front of us and joined them on that side. You can see it's all very calm, very peaceful. And you know, if you're feeling a little bit rough, upset, sad, miserable, tense, being around elephants can often be the soothing balm that'll make you feel better. They're so to be around. Anna Marie, you say you love baby Ellies. Yes, well, I think anyone who doesn't love a baby Ellie will probably have to have their heads read. They are very, very cute. Their behavior is normally playful and amusing. And apart from being interesting to watch, they are thoroughly funny.
And now we are looking at some impala through the long grasses and the trees. They're a little bit nervous. See how they're staring at us? Others have their... In fact, everyone's got their heads up now. Now this is really important. I like sitting with impalas when we're going to look for a leopard, because they can give us those clues. Now there was a brief alarm call behind us, but because of the weather, as was described to you before, it's windy, it's dull, they can get very nervous. The smells of a predator that can be maybe 2 or 3 rows down can waft over. Now they've relaxed again. But still alert. I'm sure this leopardess is close by. We heard an alarm call behind us. But when there is a leopard on the move, you'll usually find that all the impala in that herd will alarm, not just one. So one alarm call with this kind of weather is not very reliable. So that's why I'm sitting tight and waiting for any more alarm calls. This is a bachelor herd. You can see they've all got horns. And the heads of some are down, others are up. Because nobody wants to be breakfast for the leopardess we're looking for.
And like I told you earlier on, this lioness is tummy full, and the reason is that she made a kill during the night. She has eaten quite a lot of it, and that's why she didn't go immediately for that, for the wildebeest when they were close. They are still not very far, so I'm still here because anything can happen. Cats are cats. It's just like a domestic cat. If it has a mouse and another one, passes by, it will pounce on it, very much like this large African cat. It does the same, only that it is so full and it's not very interesting until time is perfect. What would be ideal here would be the wildebeest starting to lie down, then she would go. But I don't know what's going on in her mind. They are not very far at all, and any moment it can happen. Remember, this is life. This is happening now from the Masai Mara. Look at the wildebeest. They look like they know something is there. Ribbon, you asked me if it's easier for male lions to hunt alone than females. Well, both of them do hunt. They have been believed not to hunt at all, male lions, but I have seen them, hunting many times. What happens is, after they are kicked out at the age of about 3 by the main male and the females, become nomadic, and during this time they are they hunt for themselves. They go for big and slow animals like giraffe, buffalo, hippo. Usually it's better if they are in a collision. So they do hunt. It's not easy. They are also needed, when they're in a pride, to help bring down big animals like buffalo, because they are much heavier, almost twice the size of females. So it's a myth. It's not true that lions are just lazy to hunt. Yeah, look, this is the beauty of Masai Mara. You're looking at wildebeest, and on the same frame there's an elephant across the other side. Yeah, so it's amazing, what is around and what you can see. I don't know what I'm thinking. It still might happen. So I'm still gonna stick around, send your positive vibes, send your good lucks, and hopefully it happens.
Our elephants. We're going to do one more little segment with them, I think, and then we'll move on and see if we can find a predator of some description. It's just so nice having them out in the open. Please excuse the power line if you do see it. That's just because we do have to get electricity into the reserve somehow, and that's the best way of doing it. Now please do talk to us, remember, using the hashtag CGTNWild or the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you.
You may come east-west cut line of NGALA.
Now this whole herd is sort of moving towards the north. I think they'll probably graze through these clearings for the next maybe 2 hours before finding some water eventually. Big cow now crossing the road in front of us is the one that was watching us very carefully before. I wonder if this herd is not perhaps led by quite a young matriarch. A careful young matriarch, but a matriarch that has not put any kind of tension to the rest of the herd. And so he was watching us very carefully. The rest of the herd has no indication of stress whatsoever, which means she's not sort of warning them off, if you know what I mean. She's just allowing them to go things, and she's being very careful about it. Let me roll slowly forward. As we enjoy them. They've all just sort of started heading up there. We'll wait for this one to move. There's another very big cow crossing into picture now. And I think that one is also part of the leadership group. Common elephants will have a baby once every sort of 5 years or so. So the gestation period is almost 2 years, 22 months. And then they will fall pregnant again, normally when their next baby is about 2 years old. So, 4 to 5 years is the birthing interval. And it's very consistent. So an elephant can produce a baby every 5 years, not really struggle to do that, which means that their populations do grow relatively fast. Let's drift forward slightly. There they are, they're all the little ones. And they're being accompanied by a fork-tailed drongo. Can you see the black bird there, Theo? There are a couple of them. You always find birds, starlings or drongos, or sometimes even hornbills following along with the herds. And that's because they're hoping for insects that might be kicked up or disturbed by the feeding or walking of the elephants. You might also be able to hear the sound of the swishing trunks and the grass being picked, and then they shake the dust off, whick, whick, and then eat it. This one is trying to get his full teeth around a greenish sickle bush. I think it's a sickle bush, might be a sour plum. Can't really tell from here.
Position, a little bit of action from the lioness. She's got her head up. I don't know what she's thinking. Remember, she is definitely not alone. When times are tough, lions, lionesses, and males and young ones, sometimes they split within their territory. So whatever they find is enough for themselves. And in this case, this lioness is alone, but I mean she is not of a pride. She is part of a pride. But sooner or later, they will actually gather up by vocalizing, which is roaring, and very low roars, which attract one another, which then they will stay together. Times are tough, then the wildebeest have moved farther. So chances of her getting them now, the reason I say this, they were much closer earlier when I was here in the beginning of the show, and she didn't do anything. For right now, very much what they call them sometimes, opportunists. Lions have been termed as opportunists because they will wait for a chance to prevail itself, then they will utilize it. And in this, she is panting. You can tell she's starting to get hot because she is tummy full, and also she Keith, you asked me if this lioness would be able to bring down a wildebeest by herself. Of course, that is a piece of cake for a lioness. They are very strong and very fast, and wildebeest is a good size for her. I would say the biggest animal that she cannot bring down is a buffalo or a giraffe. But a wildebeest, a zebra, topi, those ones she can bring down with ease. The wildebeest are getting deeper into the bushes where it's actually much more dangerous, but it's like they know there is no danger there. That's why they're very comfortable. Yeah, this is the kind of area where they don't hang around very much, but I think there is no scent, there is no smell, there is no signs of any predator, so they are very comfortable. It would be nice if she got up so we could see her size and maybe find out who she is. You can tell that she's like checking out, how far have they gone? Are they gonna come back? Okay, I'll let you enjoy this. Her face, her head when she turns around, and then after this I'm gonna look for something else and maybe come back here later on.
I am trying to find for you the green woodhoopers that we can hear. There we go. I love these birds so much. I think there's quite a lot of nice birding going on here. So here we have the green woodhooper, and it loves larvae. So you'd see it along the branches of trees, knocking at the wood trying to get larvae. In fact, very similar to what a woodpecker does. See a wood. Oh, this is the problem with birds, of course, as you would know, is that they can fly, where most other things don't. And before you know it, they're out of your view. I see. BK, there's a grey-headed bushshrike just off to the. This is very difficult. On the same tree that the green woodhooper was on. Yep, that's the one. Somewhere there. Where have you gotten to? I'm gonna try and just roll forward a little bit. If I start up, they'll all just move. And of course my vehicle doesn't want to roll. We're going to have to start up very gently. Don't go, birds, don't go. Let's just watch here for a moment. You can still hear them all. Let's just scan this tree. But you can hear a whole lot of them. And now they've all gone. I love looking for birds. I love finding birds and showing them to you because it's such a challenge. Just making sure there's nothing else around here, at least that we can see. Not. All right, well, the dam is right over on my right. So I'm going to pop there and see what's a crack-a-lacking.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dumi from NBO PHINDA Private Game Reserve. Craig right behind the camera. As you can see, lovely sighting with the 2 lioness with the 5 cubs, which is amazing start in the morning. It's a beautiful day. They're just starting getting mobile now. I'm not sure if how far they're going to go. Look at these cubs running over like that. Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that. Look, that lionesses look very quite thin. Oh, look at these cubs running towards us, playing just like that. This is the most important for them to do, because what is happening like now, as you can see, they're just teaching themselves to run and to defend themselves whenever they come to the tough situation, so they can able to deal with that. That's why they always have to run, have to chase. There's so many techniques they can learn by doing this. Wow. But you won't be able to hear that. As you can see, the cubs just lifting their head up, listening. There's the order of the male from miles away. They like wonder, oh, look at that, awesome, jumping like that. They caught that one down. But the 2 mothers, they just went. I'm not sure if they're still mobile, but we'll just watch these cubs playing like that, because it's amazing to watch them. Their bellies look quite fat, but their mothers, they look quite thin as well. Oh, look at that digging. Because they have a big poles. You can see the pile of sand that they're pushing out from the ground. It's amazing to see their poles, how big their poles are comparing their body size. Look at that, digging. Even that, you can think they're just playing, but it's just part of practicing. Because when they're older, they'll be able to dig. Sometimes you find them digging water. So we'll just sit here and wait and see what is going to end.
So while we're busy searching for the lions, we've come across this bird, an amazing bird, and you can see it looks like it's just hovering in one place. There we can see clearly what it is. Black tips on the wings. This is called a black-winged kite. It's a very pale bird, and usually we find them, and it seems like it was hovering around in this area for quite a while. You can see it's just stopped again. Now this area's got some nice open clearings, grassland, and that's usually the areas where we find them. So while we're looking for lions that move in similar areas where it's a little bit more open, looking for large grazing antelope, this little bird is looking for any rodents that might be hiding in between the long grass here. And then what it does is it have that distinctive hovering behavior that it does, where it will just stop above an area, might have spotted something, have a good look, and then it'll strike down from there. How amazing is that?
Listen to this. You're looking at a lilac-breasted roller there. its call is not as pretty as it is. That's it going bah, bah, bah. Then we've got the green wood hoopoes at the bottom again. They're making the more squeaky kind of sound. Lots of birds here that I can actually show you, which is great. And then there's a squirrel. Indy, you'd like to know what makes the feathers look like that? That is an excellent question, and actually a better example is to look at this Birchall starling that's on the ground here, which has the same effect on its feathers. We call this iridescence, and it is a result of structural coloration. So there's no pigment. The only pigment that are in those feathers is melanin. That's what makes them dark and strong. Melanin is a very strong, complex molecule. And this iridescence is caused by tiny little microstructures that are on the feathers that bend and reflect light to produce that sheen that we see. That's why when it's very dull, like it is today, you only get a little bit of that sheen, but when it is very bright, they can look quite amazing, kind of like little jewels. Very, very shiny. And lots of animals actually exhibit iridescence in some form or the other. Oh, there's a Cape turtle dove in the background there too. And it's an awesome thing. It's one of my favorite things around here, especially to see on birds because it is just stunning.
Welcome, guys. We're just trying to locate these lines again. They actually start getting moved. We don't want to lose them because it looks like they might be heading to the bush. As you can see, it's quite bushes here. Here we go. We just find them again. They're slowly moving on along the road, so we're going to try to get a reposition just now. Looks like they must be trying to find something into this kind of bushes. As you can see, it's quite a lot of trees, but they're walking along the road. No problem. Okay. As you can see, guys, they're moving like that, and because they will, looks like they might be hunt overnight. So what they can sometimes do, like they can walk around and trying to find a beautiful spot to rest, because they're not actually quite thin. If you look at the calf's bellies, and look at that lioness on her shoulders like that. She's got it's not a fresh wound, and that's probably from when a male come around. Because lioness they won't actually allow the male to come closer to the calves, and they're trying to push them off. Even again, if you look at even her face, she has quite a few scratches that's come from when a males. Okay, if you look at this one now, yeah, trying to look closer look on the shoulder when I was pointing area. If you're trying to look the mum, you can see that there's quite a big gash actually, that's from a fight with the males, because they like I explained earlier, they won't allow the male, and the male they're trying to defend himself sometimes. Because of these calves, they're still small. Look how fluffy they're coat. Quite interesting to see that. Normally you see the calf with a spot, but these guys, they don't have so much spot. But also that's depending from the genetic. Okay, we were trying to follow them. As you can see, we just lost them now. It's quite a thick bush. We're still lucky we still have them walking along the road. So let's see if we can get another look. Here we go. Okay, as you can see, they're still like moving along the road, and we will stay with them, see how far they go, because they must be still hunting.
Most cats are solitary creatures, with lions being the only exception. A pride consists of 4 or 5 lionesses and their cubs. The whole pride will protect and mentor these youngsters, often carrying them off and saving them from their own curiosity. Bonding between the adults and the cubs often shows these cats' cute and cuddly side. Contrary to what popular culture would have you believe, male lions are not part of the pride and live in coalitions. Young males leave their prides in their adolescence, brothers and cousins roaming the wild in search of a territory of their own. In time, the males settle and look to fortify their feline lineage. Although lazy when it comes to finding their own food, males have an endearing bond with their cubs. But conflict is never far off, as stronger youngsters are always on the horizon, lying in wait to take over territory and claim a pride for themselves. It is an awful sight, but pushes the females of the pride into estrus, allowing the incoming males to state their claim and further their own bloodline. The dynamics displayed by these social cats are intriguing and ever-changing, a contradiction of cuteness and feline ferocity.
Amazing stuff, those lions, and really just great fun to get to know the different prides in an area and learn the dynamics and the individual personalities. Here we've got a herd of impala, and one of them has got a nasty injury on it. I don't know what's happened there. It looks a little bit to me like that was not inflicted by a predator, but rather by another impala. And we're going into what we call the secondary rut. It should only be next month, but maybe the 2 impala in this group of bachelors had themselves a bit of an argument, and this chap got himself stabbed in the neck. That's what it looks like to me. Hello, Yaku. An impala can run probably at around about 70 kilometers an hour, which is pretty quick. I'm sure you'll agree. You might even find it's faster than that, but I would say around 70 kilometers an hour. It's actually quite difficult to calculate, because to make an impala run in a straight line for any length of time and then time the speed that it's going is very difficult. But I would estimate around about 70 to 75. And they're so fast that something like a leopard would not even attempt to chase one down. So a leopard must ambush something like an impala, because otherwise they're just too quick. Cheetah will chase one down. Wild dogs might exhaust one. But on a straight line run, there's not a lot that will keep up with an impala.
Okay, back again, and they're facing away from me. We've just been watching somebody who had lost her mom, desperately calling. You could tell in her face that she's really sad to lose her mom. I can imagine, how it feels. Well, these guys are very busy enjoying the grass. No worry in the world. This is, what they do best. We sometimes call them lawnmowers of the Mara. That guy walking with an interesting gait or posture is a male, and he's had enough of eating, and now he's just walking around, smelling around for females who are coming into season. Look at that. Yeah, that is good cameramanship. You see how many we have all around. We don't see one wildebeest twice. Yeah, they're in front of the road, crossing from one side to the other. Yeah, this time of the year, there will be a lot of mating, and especially a day like today, when it warms up, you will see a lot of mating. So we are gonna see that later on. Usually they prefer when it's warm. I'm gonna move further down and show you some different wildebeest. They'll be the same, but believe me, they'll be different ones.
Well, I am showing you some zebra, but it's going to be a very brief appearance because they are wild dogs. Okay, let us go. Wild dogs are on the southern boundary, which means that we have to Ferrari safari. Hold on, BK, hold on, everybody. I'm sorry for a brief zebra sighting, but we can always come back to them, right? Unfortunately, wild dogs will move so quickly that we won't have a chance if we don't go right now. Ooh, bumpy, bumpy, bumpy. Don't worry, guys, the cars are used to doing this. They're used to chasing after wild dogs. Now, the wild dogs are at an area that it's going to be, we're going to have a very quick sighting because they're moving from one property into another. And because they are on the main road, we may be able to catch them. But even the most fleeting sighting of a wild dog is good enough for us, don't you think? So this is the southern boundary of Djuma. And we're heading east towards Chitwa, which is another property that we often use. And I can't hear a thing because of the wind. I'm just listening to the Game Drive radio. So this is how we all communicate through the Game Drive radio, because obviously we have a large area that we're working. It seems like there's only one other vehicle there, which is good, so we have a 3-vehicle sighting, 3-vehicle limit on a sighting. Unless it is on the boundary like this, when you could have 4. Alright, we're in the right area. Hopefully the next time you see me, it'll be with some doggies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very moment we have been waiting for, and this is the biggest spectacle of the migration in the Masai Mara. We are sitting on the riverbank of the Mara River, and these are wildebeest that are crossing the river right now. I'll be quiet for a couple of seconds for you to hear all the plunging and the splashing in the water as they're coming from one end to the other end. This is the most special moment of the migration of the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Neblock would like to know if the buffaloes do the crossing as well. I will say no, they do not do the crossing as the wildebeest do, but we have seen buffaloes just crossing the river from one side to the other, but they do not cross like the wildebeest do in their hundreds or thousands. Look at that. In the water, we got crocodiles. The other side of the river, we could be having lions laying ambush. It could be anything. If unfortunately any one of them struggles and doesn't make it, then too bad for it, because it will come a meal for the crocodiles. The river is about 50 to about 100 yards in width, and you have to cross very quickly. Now, if you look to the left, you'll see some other different species of animals crossing, and these are toppies, which is quite unusual. Right there. In general, we have always seen the wildebeest crossing on their own, but we got a different species of animals there. The four of them there are toppies, and I think, or the five, they saw the wildebeest crossing, and they thought, why not? We got more of them crossing to the right. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, should you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. Hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag World Earth on Twitter. For the kids, should you want to send an email asking the question, sending a comment, you may also do that. kidsquestions@worldearth.tv. There's one that is struggling. If you look to the right, you can see just the head and the ears. Not sure whether a croc might have gotten it, and if that's the case, then, well, that could be the end of it. I can just see the ears or the head of it, and we could be having a croc maybe holding its leg. I just keep quiet again for some moment for you just to enjoy the noise and the splash of the water. Just reposition there, but tailor-made. Good question. Do wildebeest stick with their families as they do the crossing? Yes, among most herbivores or antelopes in the Masai Mara, they always got small clusters or small tribes amongst them, and they always stick together. Now, when it comes to be doing something dangerous like this, they always cross as small clusters or small families. We got some zebras. Not sure whether Bungay going to catch them. If you look to the left there. Nisimame hapo. Mweneo kill Bungay. Kushoto kuna kill pale. Bosie. Boss. Boss. Kidogo tu 1 minute. Kidogo tu nyama 1 minute. Namwambia songe. Nyama kidogo tu. Suka tu nyama kidogo tu. Wewe songa nyama. Uko sawa kuna nafasi.
Welcome back, guys, and more wildebeest, different position, and these guys looks like they are on a mission. They have been walking for the last 2 minutes. I arrived here and they have a mission. They are going down to the swamp. That's the direction they are going. I think the swamp is going to be choking with them. The grass there is much softer. There is water. So it's a good place to be during the day. And everybody is headed there. I think they will deplete the grass there. And they might even dry up the swamp. I will be catching up with them later on to see what's happening up there. This is typical of migration. We call them wasafiri, which mean travelers. When they go like this, wasafiri is Swahili or wahamiaji. It means, the migrators. Here, one starts walking and everybody follows. It's very quickly that they wear the grass and they form these web-like tracks because they crisscross.
Running after the waterbuck. Hello, puppy. We hadn't even arrived at the sighting, and they just came running, bursting out the bushes towards this waterbuck. Awesome stuff. I just want to wait a little bit before I move to try and figure out what is happening. The pups are around 2, so I don't want to move too fast until we figure out exactly what's going on. Definitely don't want to disturb their hunt. So I think, is this the collared individual? So I think this is the alpha female that is collared. All right, it seems to have calmed down just a little bit. Let us move. Oh, on the move again. So I believe it's 7 adults and 12 pups in this pack. There they go. All right, let's try and position. They're scattered all over the place, so let's try and get the best view.
Welcome back. Always exciting to see the painted dogs. I haven't seen them for quite a while. It would be nice to see them in the future. Back to our main character, the wildebeest. I was talking about how they form these tracks on the ground after wearing the grass. They look like webs. Yes, I have flown on a balloon and on a plane and seen them. Very confusing. You wonder what has made them, but this is how they're made. This is typical of migration. You see that? Beautiful. Thank you, James. See, this is how they move. That is a long line. It's a pity we can't show you behind, but it stretches quite behind us. And that's how they walk. Like they really know where they're going. Yeah, sometimes they start running. Sometimes they walk. And when one decides to stop, everybody stops. But this is typical of the migration time. We do see them doing this quite a lot. They move during the day, especially when they need water. They'll move from where there isn't water, like here, towards water. And this is the case here. That is another calf. Lisa, thank you for your comment. You say it's a beautiful landscape and sighting. For sure it is. It's one of a kind. I'm very happy to be sharing this with you. Remember, this is coming live from the Masai Mara, a beautiful place called the Mara Triangle. Yeah, if you want to talk to us, hashtag CTGN Wild or Wild Earth. Yeah, that is where to talk to us. I meant hashtag CGTN Wild. Yeah, it's not gonna stop. It's going on. They have decided they want to be walking. Look at that. Keep coming more and more and more. Yeah, it's like they know where they're going. Unbelievable. But, you know, in a while they might stop and turn a different direction. That's why they're called wildebeest. Look at that. They have started turning right now. This is why, you know, they're so, confusing. Yeah, they were coming straight towards us. Now they're turning right.
Look at this. Too precious. All the puppies are here in the road. Amazing. They are too cute. All of their little ears popping up. This is so exciting. So how about we... Oh, something bothering you. We learn a little bit about them through a bit of a quiz. Because it's a very special thing to see wild dogs. It's a very special sighting. Look at them picking up their heads for that hippo. And why is it so special? So let's go for true or false first. Wild dogs are endangered. True or false? Use that hashtag Wild Earth or hashtag CGTN Wild, and we can chat about the answer. Now, from what I understand, there are 12 pups in this pack. If they all picked up their heads, we'd be able to count. But there are definitely plenty of them. So you see the adults have left them here. And they're hunting behind us, pretty much. It's just a little puddle of wild dog pups, and I am ecstatic to share it with you. So, get your answers ready. Are wild dogs endangered? True or false? Hashtag Wild Earth, hashtag CGTN Wild.
Is a little primate sitting in a tree enjoying the fruits of the jackalberry tree. So this is the vervet monkey, and this tree, strange tree in many respects, is coming into fruit. And I say it's strange because although it's coming into fruit, you can see that its leaves are starting to yellow, and unusually it's going to lose those leaves as spring comes. Which is a bit strange. This fellow seems to be on his own, which is very odd. They normally occur in fairly large troops. I've seen one other in the area now, but you would expect the entire tree to be full of little monkeys looking for sweet jackalberry fruits to eat. But this chap is on his own. He might be a dispersal male, so a male monkey who is moving from his natal troop to another troop to live in. Definitely a male, you can see that from his bright blue testicles. Giving rise to his Afrikaans name, which is blow-aap or blue ape. And although biologically incorrect, it's not an ape, it's a monkey. It is very blue around that region. Just amazing to watch them move in a tree. Now the other fascinating thing, as we see if he comes out again into the open, is the way that he views a human being. You and I both know that that animal is completely safe from a human attack. He's there down on the ground, he's come down. Totally safe from a human attack in a tree. But if a human being were to walk to the base of that tree, the monkey would do his best to get out of the tree. It's just gone up, halfway up that tree. He'd do his best to get out of the tree and away from it, because he sees the human being as a tree-climbing primate predator. And I'm not entirely sure why that should be the case. So although you and I would know that he'd be totally safe in that tree from us, he feels unsafe because he would think that we could get up there and get at him. Now he's eating flowers of knobthorn, which smell delicious. I don't know what they taste like. I suppose we can taste some. No, Neva, I've never heard of any alliances between monkeys and lions. Lions will eat monkeys if they can catch them. And so you'll find monkeys will alarm call if they see lions. They'll be very upset. They do not like to be around lions. Oh, he's loving those fruits. What fruits? Flowers, sorry. I think I should taste one myself.
The adults have come back, or the alpha male has come back. She is bloodied. So I wonder if they managed to actually get something as we moved up to the pups. Hello, puppies. Lovely. Oh, this is very exciting. Now I have a few answers to the quiz that I just gave you. I said, are wild dogs endangered? Natalie, J, and Kate say it's true, while there were two others that said it was false. Sorry, Rebecca, I'm just listening to the Game Drive radio. Like I said to you, this sighting is, one, sensitive because there are lots of puppies around, and two,
kid on your driveway and one mama. The other one they're hunting.
Yeah, okay. So we might not be able to spend too much time here. Sorry, Rebecca. I think we should just be happy that we managed to see them. Now, the reason I spoke about this in the first case is Mark and the Hill brothers. Mark and the Hill brothers say it is false. Well, the reason I gave you that question is to open up a discussion, on why it is so special to see them. They are, in fact, endangered. So well done to all of you who knew that. They are very much endangered, and you don't see them very often. We have been spoilt with wild dog sightings here on Juma or in Chitwa, this area that we are allowed to traverse. And sometimes it's hard to believe that they're endangered, but they certainly are. There's only about 6,500 adults in the world, and maybe only 1.5 of those are mature. That is, that they can reproduce and contribute to the population. And they've been endangered for a long time, for the last 29, 30 years. Randy, you'd like to know if a pack could take on a lion. There are a few things that wild dogs will shy away from, and lions are one of those things. But wild dogs are ruthless, make no mistake about it. They're absolutely ruthless. So if they find an injured lion, a sick lion, a lion that is in a position that gives the wild dogs the upper hand, they will attempt to take it. Wild dogs have the advantage of these bodies that are built so athletically. They look like they could just run and run and run and run. They're slim and streamlined, and they have magnificent teeth, and they have all those things going for them. And that's besides the fact that they work in a pack. Something, or at least no other animal besides maybe wolves, have developed such a pack mentality and such altruism as wild dogs have, and that is the advantage that they have out here in the bush.
Another animal that is just as social as wild dogs is, of course, elephants. But we've got 2 elephant bulls for you this afternoon. Not this afternoon, it's the morning still. But unfortunately, they're not as social as the breeding herds. So these bulls, you can obviously see the first one we looked at was much larger than this young fella. And I reckon that this young bull off to the right looks to the older bull as a bit of a mentor. So they will leave the the herd once they get to a certain age and sort of live a life of solitary, and sometimes they join up with other elephant bulls. So I suppose they're still a little bit on the social side. But they're just munching away, not eating anything that we would find delicious. It looks like they're just feeding on some twigs and eating the cambium layer, so that's where all the nutrients are sort of passed through a thin layer in these trees. And this one is eating us very, very carefully because of all those thorns. Although they've got very tough skin around their mouths and their tongue is pretty tough too. So I don't think that those little prickles would do too much damage, but best to just eat it carefully. But that's also not the only animal that we've got around here. We'll hopefully get a view of them at some point. But there are some African buffalo also moving in between the elephants. So it could be quite exciting because elephant bulls are a little bit boisterous and will often chase other animals. Flow fly. I don't think the elephants have a filter inside their trunks. It would be quite nice though, because as you said, it would definitely filter out the dust. But I think they just get so used to it, and they need to use those trunks to actually suck up water to put it into their mouths. So they don't drink water through their mouths directly. They use their trunk as sort of a straw, but not a straw that you can pull through all the way. They suck up a couple of liters of water and then they squirt it back into their mouths. But that's essentially an extension of their nose, so you'll eventually get to the sinus cavities if you went all the way up their trunks. So no filter there, I'm afraid. Sometimes you'll see them, they'll almost look like they sneeze, and they'll spray lots of dust outside their trunks, but I think they get used to it over time. You can see that trunk, they're working very hard trying to find only the best of the sticks to eat. But we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to hang around with these two elephant bulls and the buffalo and see what they get up to.
So the trackers have done a very, very good job, and they've just found these lions. We're busy watching as one of the big males marking territory. So you can see he's staring back. He's walked all the way, there's a watering hole back there, and he's walked up to this tree where he's just scratched a little bit. Got his claws into the tree, and in the direction that he's looking, there is the young male at a distance back there. I don't know if you can see him, but he is a little bit further off. Right down there we see him. You can see he looks a little bit out of place. Now I know it doesn't look like he's too concerned, but there's a lot of communicating between the two going on here. He knows he needs to stay back. There's one of the other lionesses. And in the direction that she's looking, there's a herd of wildebeest on their way down this side, but they're still very far off. You can't really see them from where we are. Now we haven't seen this lioness or any of the two males for the past couple of days, and we were wondering where they were. I think the reason why this big male closer to us is he looks like he's in a peculiar mood this morning, very concerned. You can see he's still staring back. All the way to the tree, stopped every now and again to mark territory. So I think he's a little bit concerned about the presence of that young male. Ooh, he's gonna go straight down. What a perfect spot, right underneath the tree. And he might just wait until that female makes her way past here. Candace, that is a very, very good question. It's a bit of a tough one to answer. In a coalition, how long do male lions stay together? It depends on the situation, I think. In this case, if it can, they'll stay together up until one dies, or until both dies. It is an essential part of their life. The more they have, the more successful they'll be. And in this case, this guy has only got one other brother. And they've been doing pretty well in this particular area. They have a massive territory. They have cubs with more than one pride. It's not just the pride that they're with at the moment. I think they've been spending a lot of time with this pride because they've got 2 young cubs here, where the cubs with the other pride is already the age of the older cubs in this pride, and some even older. So I can see that this male is a little bit torn between following the lines that's already moved and the other one's down by the water. And I think we are going to stay here and have a look and see what happens from here.
We've got a lovely mixed herd of grazers here, some zebra and some impala. And the zebras, if you look at the one on the right there, are partaking of all parts of the grass plant, which is unusual compared with most other grazers. Most other grazers go for the leaves and will avoid the structural stuff. These particular zebra don't seem to mind too much. Now that's important because it means they're able to take advantage of a food source that others are not taking advantage of, and therefore they can avoid competition. And the way they do that is, or the reason they're able to do that, is that they can process a tremendous amount of food through their hindgut fermentation system. I mean, that's not particularly interesting, except to say that their digestion is inefficient, but it has no limit on volume. And while the impala you're looking at have got a much more efficient digestive rumination system, they have a limit to how much they can eat. So they have to have a food of a certain quality in order to maintain their condition. Whereas a zebra can just process more and more and more as the food quality decreases. And if you look at the impala, they're not looking bad, they're looking pretty healthy, but they are starting to get slightly sort of, I suppose, thinner than they would have been, say, 3 months ago, and you can just start to see their hips start to show. Totally normal this time of the year, but they will be using a few reserves because the forage is of a pretty poor quality. Neva, you say, is a nice combination of colours. It is. It is a nice combination of colours. It's also very interesting when you look at animals like this. You look at the zebra striped black and white like they are, and the impala a pretty obvious red colour. You have to ask yourself why it is that animals are the colours that they are, and which one is more effective, and why zebras have got stripes, and why impalas are not a greyer, browner colour as opposed to this much more clear red. And there are lots of different complicated and some not so complicated theories around the coloration of animals.
Especially, I think, with wild dogs. They have the most beautiful coats, but it is certainly complicated, and there's so many reasons for the way coats are the way they are and the way they get there. Now, it looks like all of the adults have arrived. There's 7 adults in this pack, Pungwe pack. I see 4, 5. Where are the other 2? And the little pups went crazy. Absolutely crazy. high-pitched sound that you'll hear of them communicating with each other. You'll also hear the squeals when they get a little bit excited. There's so many. Deputy Chappelle, you'd like to know if they leave the cubs with a nurse or somebody to keep them safe while they go hunting. They do when they're still in the den. They keep den guards, and they're stationed at the den while the cubs are still in it. But now you can see that they're out and about. So they wouldn't need a den guard right now. You can see the cubs are traveling, but they wouldn't stray too far from the cubs. Just like they did when we came in, they were hunting. And we saw the adults, and then we saw that the cubs were left pretty much alone in a little puddle. Oh, look at that. There's so many. Yep. All adults are here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pups that I can see. I expect there to be 12, but we'll have a good count just now.
So it's nice to hear that the wild dogs have all the adults and all the pups. And this morning we are lucky enough to have all of the adults of this lion pride here as well. Now, you can see there's a bit of excitement with the weather. I think they've got a lot of energy. Look at that one running straight up this side. Now, they're following a little game trail all the way from the water up to the rest of the pride. And the rest have gone to settle not too far from where we are. So this male is kind of looking out to make sure. It's almost like he's making sure that the whole pride's moving back up and coming together. You can see he's still got his attention fixed in the direction of that young male. And I think that young lioness behind the young male is the last one of the pride to come up this side. For nose, is this the best time of the year for them to hunt for prey? It's difficult to say. I would say yes in this particular area, because we can see that their condition is excellent. We know that they have been eating quite a lot lately. Most of the times we found them, they've actually had quite a rounded full belly. Even though we didn't see them eat, we can see that they did eat. And it's also a little bit easier for them. They blend in better this year. They know that the pressure is on the watering holes, which means that for them it's easier to determine their prey's movements, and that way come up with means of hunting them a little bit easier. So I think they've had their time around the watering hole at this point, and they all can see the sun's coming out. What beautiful light we have on that lion as it's walking up through the clearing. They were interested in the wildebeest coming down for a moment. You can see that one still stopping. Look at the tail tip moving. I think it's just contemplating and maybe just checking out the situation. See the ears moving, a fixed stare, a little bit of a movement from the head. That means it's more than likely saw one of the animals move a little bit, one of the wildebeest. And because it is a predator, it's always assessing an opportunity. In this case, it might not necessarily even attempt a hunt. It's probably just having a look. Neva, I agree with you. They are perfectly camouflaged during this time of the year. You can actually see specifically this morning with the long grass here and the color that the grass is at the moment. We can see the stark contrast between the grass and some of the green trees nearby. And the lions blend in perfectly. Now, you can see this one's even full of a bit of mud from the watering hole. Now, that is more than likely a big part of why they evolved to have this coloration, is for this time of the year for them to be successful. It's a dry time, it's a difficult time on most animals because of the lack of water. And I think the better they blend in, the easier it will be for them to surprise their prey. Because generally speaking, the lion's not the kind of animal that hide away all day. You can see these animals are right out in the open. They made their presence known, and that's why I don't think they're hunting this morning. I think they are just going to rest somewhere nearby, and when they rest they'll be out of sight. They don't want to draw straight attention to themselves. I think they're also looking for a little bit of shelter from the wind. And the wind's coming from down in the direction that this male is looking at. Oh, he hasn't even really bothered to look around at all. Every now and again he'll have a glance, but now he knows all of the lions of the rest of the pride. The young ones are all back up. You can see in the direction where he's looking. He looks like the concerned father. I don't think he's so much concerned about the whole pride as just making life difficult for the young male. So there's a lot of tension going on here over a large distance. That must be at least 40-50 meters away. You can see he's also trying not to pay too much attention. There's a bit of grooming going on, so I'm sure he also wants to get up and move in this direction. And when that happens, it should be interesting to see what the true intentions are of this big male. Now, what we found over the last couple of months, they've kind of accepted him to an extent, as long as he kept his distance. But now time has come, and we suspect that the large males might have even tried mating with some of the lionesses whose young ones are a lot older. They're approaching 2 years of age, the oldest ones. And I mean, it's not unheard of for them to start mating again on an interval like that. In fact, we literally just saw this male mate now. amazing was that? He just mated with one of the females. It is one of those females I was talking about earlier, in front of the whole pride. And then the loud calls afterwards is just to assert his dominance, showing everybody that he is one of the dominant males in this area. That was a little bit of an unexpected development, but that's the best thing about having a lot of lions around like this, is you can't know for sure exactly what's happening.
Well, if that male lion would be here, I can tell you he would have some party time. Well, we have still been stuck, or rather I've been stuck by the river, the Mara River, that's what I'm talking about. And you can see the huge amounts of wildebeest and zebras that lion would enjoy if it was in the Masai Mara in Kenya. Just first, you are wondering whether all the wildebeest have crossed the river yet. I will say, to me, it's only 30% of the wildebeest that might have crossed the river. So we still got more and more still coming. It depends on where they are, what exactly they're doing, and the pace they are going in. So currently, I would say 30% of, say, the total, 1 million wildebeest or so, have crossed the river. We still have more that will be coming. So we're just sitting very, very close to the river. And what will happen is to be patient. That's very important when you come to a crossing point. Is one, I would say, a big spectacle where you get other people also interested to watch the same. And there's a bit of discipline that has to be followed, or some kind of code that the game rangers will put in place so that everybody can benefit and enjoy the crossing. Mainly what the game rangers will want to do, or what we know as guides we need to do, is to give room to the wildebeest. So you may stay quite a distance away from the river, not far, but you can still watch the wildebeest and read their body language, watching their movement. And as soon as they start crossing, that's when you come close to the river. Otherwise, if you come so close to the river, they will not cross, and you're going to block their way. So that's the river. That's where we saw a crossing a couple of minutes ago. And we just sit here, wait if others will come, build in numbers. The pressure gets bigger, and the closest one to the river will just go right in. In there, we got hippos, we got crocodiles, and as I said earlier, I am going to stay put here and see what happens maybe in the next moments.
Black rhino are well known for their short tempers. While the big cats spend most of their time asleep, their waking hours are often filled with violent conflicts for mates, food, and territory. There's no room for chivalry amongst leopards. This grizzled old male thinks nothing of stealing food from a hard-working young leopardess. The stability of a cheetah coalition is often shattered by a fight for dominance. A lion's size will always deter its hyena cousins. Confronting the clan can shift the balance. But safety is not always found in numbers. Even a pack of wild dogs can fall prey to a lion. Conflict in the wild rarely ends in a peaceful compromise.
So an interesting development just happened. You see that one, that male off to the left? He's got his ears flat, head down. He's actually looking away now, but the other male is busy marking territory. He's got up, he's walked straight towards the pride. And now he has to deal with these two. This one has basically walked over from where he was, and now he came to assert his dominance by marking profusely all around the young male, which is playing or showing some very clear signs of submissive behavior. He knows if he wants to get up and walk over to the rest of the pride, he has to go through that big guy as well as the other one laying down at the pride. I know he doesn't look too bothered, but he knows that he's already carrying an injury, more than likely because of two big males. And that's why I think he might stay at this distance for a little while. And I think myself and Gerrit's going to sit here to see how the situation develops.
So this is going to be our last segment with these guys. There are in total 12 puppies, so everyone is accounted for, all adults, all puppies. And it looks like the adults have actually been regurgitating for these little ones and making them into quite a frenzy. Grey beard, you'd like to know how big wild dog packs can get? Generally, they're between, say, 10 and 30 individuals, but there are instances where they have actually gotten bigger than that, but only at certain times. So maybe two packs merge, two related packs or things like that merge, and it creates one big pack. But as for actual individual packs, you're looking at about 10 to 30 dogs. They look like little bats almost to me. Can you imagine that the alpha female can have up to 21 pups? Chloe, great question. In fact, leading on to what I was saying, you'd like to know, how do wild dog mummies feed so many puppies? That is a great question. And here we have 12 pups, and they can have a litter of up to 21 pups. That is a lot of mouths to feed. Absolutely. But that's why it's so important to be living in packs, much like if you think about humans. The reason that we can have large families is that we all work together. And that's how they're able to take care of all of those pups. Because of the sheer volume of pups that one female can have, that's kind of one of the theories as to why only the alpha pair breed, because if all females in the pack had to breed, it would be unbelievable. And she has to produce enough milk to actually wean them, but only at the age of 5 weeks. With other predators, it's much longer. When you think of a hyena, a year and a half. So they do what they can to make sure that all their puppies survive. Anyway, this, like I said, is our last segment. So let's say goodbye to the wild dogs. And hopefully I'll go find you something else interesting in the bush.
Here we've got a herd of elephants, and they are moving towards a waterhole, which is quite fun. Let me just go a bit forward. I think they're probably going to take about 10 minutes or so to get there. maybe 5. And it's not the same one we started with. This is a different herd. Just as relaxed as the first lot, but they've obviously had their breakfast, and now it's been decided by the leaders that they must go and have a drink. And although it looks like they're walking very slowly, it is quite amazing to me always how much distance they're able to cover, despite their ambling gait. Oh, Sonny, that's a nice question. The benefits of being the matriarch in a herd. There aren't any, really. It's very unlike being the matriarch in a hyena clan. The matriarch in an elephant herd is a leadership position, excuse me, a leadership position which has with it a lot of responsibility. It's her job to teach the youngsters where to find food, where to find water. It's her job to coordinate the defensive effort if the herd is under threat and that sort of thing. So she doesn't actually get any more food. It's not like she mates anymore and has more babies. She doesn't get anything for it save for hopefully keeping her offspring and related and relatives safe and in good health. So I suppose that is some kind of an advantage. Whereas in the matriarchy of a hyena clan, the matriarch is like a mafia don. She gets to eat more. She's the one who will dominate carcasses. Her cubs will dominate at the den and eat a bit more than anyone else does. And so there really is an advantage, an individual advantage to being the matriarch. But with elephants, it's a much more leadership role. Much more leadership-orientated role. It's crucial to the survival of the herd. It's also not established with aggression. So the matriarchy is established through, I suppose, just time, really, where the oldest female is normally the matriarch of the herd, whereas in a hyena clan, the matriarchy can change, and that change normally happens with death or violence, or both, often both. So the herd's going to kind of walk along this game path, maybe feeding a bit, and then eventually they will arrive at the water.
James, we beat you to it this morning because we already have one elephant at Ndlovu Dam, and I suspect that there will be more elephants that come down, but we'll have to be a little bit patient. The clouds are finally burning away and the sun is coming out. So once it warms up, I think more animals will head on here. But just a young bull all by himself and actually not sticking around for too long. Literally just a very, very quick drink. And now I think he'll go off and find something delicious to feed on for the rest of the day. I'm sure that this elephant in particular will be back maybe this afternoon to have a bit of a splash in the water. But we're just about to lose him. But just down and below, there's a heron. Can you see the heron, Sebastian? Just to the right, there it is. It's got its long neck. It looks like it's growing from out of the ground. But it too has been frozen this morning. Not quite wanting to wake up just yet. And it'd be nice to see it also walking around in the water and trying to catch some fish, because I'm sure that there are lots in here. But more and more animals keep coming on down. The next one to arrive at Ndlovu Dam is the most common antelope species in Africa, the impala. There you go. You can see them all, some of them more excited than others. So those ones with the big horns, those are the males, and the ones without any horns, those are the females. So at this time of the year, you will see both sexes quite happily mingling with one another because the rutting season. So when the males fight for breeding rights with herds of the impala females, that's over. So they're all a little bit more relaxed. Oh, hello. Guess he's come back. The elephant. He's gone, no, I'm not finished just yet. Sure, there's a lot of impala coming on through. Just doing a quick walkabout. Or are you going to come over to us and say hello? Young elephant bulls can be quite inquisitive. You can see that trunk is investigating on the ground quite heavily. There were some elephants that were swimming here last night, so I'm not sure if it was a breeding herd. Maybe he's picking up on the scent of some other elephants. Looks like he's struggling to walk. And so what happens is that in rainy season, this entire area is covered in water. The dam is a lot more full. But you can see it hasn't quite dried up enough there. So the surface looks hard, but for the weight of an elephant, you can see sliding in and falling into the mud just a little bit. That looks very uncomfortable. But elephants are just fantastic animals. Take a look at what else you can find out about them.
Elephants have fascinated us for so long because they display the same social complexities and full emotional range of our own human species. Mothers, sisters, cousins, and aunts live in herds while the bulls wander the wilderness as bachelors. Cows live in the same herd from birth until the end of their life, some 60 years later. The herd is led by the oldest and wisest female, the matriarch. She's not only responsible for leading the herd, but also dishing out discipline to the often unruly teenagers. With their flappy ears, floppy trunks, and folded skin, baby elephants have the cuteness edge over their human counterparts. Like toddlers, they are playful, curious, and love rolling about in the dirt. Human voices and vehicles provide endless entertainment for bored little elephants, and they, in turn, are always a source of amusement for us. Exploring is the main source of calf entertainment, but it's a scary and sometimes prickly world out there, and Mum is thankfully never far off. Bulls become boisterous when they hit puberty, and this irritates the matriarch. Once she's had enough, she will boot them out of the herd to find their own way in the world. Like playground bullies, the young males fight for dominance, sometimes with extreme violence. The older bulls live alone but mentor these young bucks. It is these fellows that are the ultimate gentlemen of the wilderness.
Wasn't that just beautiful. But welcome back to your live African safari, and we are at PRIDELANDS, and we're right at the eco training camp. But there are no students here to watch these impala as they drink the water. They're all out on their activities, bushwalks, and learning how to become safari guides. But this is a great example of a herd of impala. Oh my goodness, I can't even begin to imagine how many are here. Maybe 30 or 40 impala or so. They're all spread out, and they're coming in from every corner. Oop, seems to be some commotion. One of the impala rams, one of the big ones with the horns, is not very happy with something. I suppose they're going to be a little bit boisterous too and want to stand their ground and show everybody that they're still big and strong. No one's really listening to it though. The girls come back down for another drink. But you'll always notice how nervous animals are when they come to the water's edge. They know about crocodiles, but they don't know where the crocodiles are because they've obviously got great camouflage. So you can see them, even though they're drinking, they're ready to jump back in a heartbeat. But then they've also got to be careful of predators coming in from behind the dam wall. And there are lots and lots of leopards that like to sit and wait for unsuspecting prey.
Welcome back to the Masai Mara. Remember, this is live, straight from the Masai Mara. Look what I just found, a young male from the River Pride. I saw one other female quite a distance away. We'll be sharing that with you later. And while I was trying to get close to her, I came across this young guy, probably about 2.5 years, another maybe half year to a year, and then he will be chased out, which is very typical of young males. When they reach that age, they become too dominant. They eat as much as adult females. They become competitors to the females and the prevailing males. So the only solution is for the male and the females gang up to chase them away, where they become nomadic males for a period of about 3 to 4 years. During this time, they hunt for themselves, to accumulate lots of fat. They become big. At the age of about 5, they're big enough to intimidate big males. They advertise themselves by urinating and passing their scents into bushes and trees. Usually it tells a lot. And then if they find a male that is weak or that is not weak, they will challenge him. Usually they're much more successful if they are more than one. He's got a kill that is to the left of the bush. I would assume there are more because there is a lot of hiding places around this area. There are very many in the River Pride. I don't know how many there are here, but he's the only one I have seen this close to me. Wildebeest are all over. You can see them behind him. And as you know, this is time of plenty. Look at that. They're not very far. So it's a matter of digesting as fast as possible and then going back for another one. It looks like those guys there can see something. I don't know what they see, the wildebeest. They have good eyesight, but they tend to forget very quickly. Remember, this is coming live from the Masai Mara. If you want to talk to us, engage us, talk to us on Twitter, hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag Wild Earth. Questions, comments are very, very welcome. He is very, very beautiful. No scars, no cuts, very clean. But I bet you in another couple of years, that face is gonna have character. It's going to have scratches, bites, because getting to the top is not easy for young males. I'll stick around here, maybe change positions, and wait for you to come back.
And there you can see the male's got his head up, the one on the left. And that's the other male, not the one we saw earlier trying to act all tough around the young male. Now this guy, he's got quite a temper on him. And he's got good reason to. If you see the other one in the picture, on his feet, we can only see that's the female he's been mating with. Now, we've seen him mate 3 times with her already this morning, which is followed by a huge roar and some profuse territorial marking. You can see, even though this little bit of sunlight coming through is making his eyes close from time to time, and he really wants to take a nap, he's still alert. And this is usually what we see in between every time that they mate, is they'll lay down like this. They won't really do too much or move around too much. The male will lay close to the female, kind of keeping guard over her in a way. We saw he was even acting a little bit aggressive towards his brother. You can see there the female's flat down. She doesn't have a care in the world at the moment. Now, every couple of minutes, sometimes up to 15 minutes or even longer, they might mate. And when that happens, it's usually very short, only a few seconds, and then it's over. But the noises, usually, especially in a case like this where the whole pride is present, will make them all react, at least put their heads up. Sometimes some of them might even call a little bit.
Look at what we've got. So you're still with us. You've just come back to us here at PRIDELANDS, at us at the Eco Training Camp, and all of a sudden the impala just ran in about 20 different directions, and you can hear them. They're snorting in the distance because this lioness tried to sneak up on them. Can you hear those sort of snorting sounds? Oh, the impala were very lucky to get out of there, because she looks like she is hungry and she wants something to eat. Now, you might remember at the beginning of the show, I did mention that we heard some lions contact calling, but we couldn't find them. We didn't even see a track. Now, I'm wondering if it was this lioness and if there are maybe other lions. I'm just going to reposition very quickly. It just requires me to just reverse a little bit, so apologies for that. Let me do that, and then we will get another view of her, because she's just sat up on the damn wall now. No. Why is she running like that? She's just run over the top of the damn wall. The impala also have run in the other direction.
Is she on the other side?
Yeah, where she was, so to the left, far left, yeah, in that gap over there. So she's just got up and moved. The birds are going crazy. I don't know if there is something else around here too. We did have some fresh leopard tracks coming in this direction. Not that a lioness would be frightened of a leopard. Interesting. But unfortunately we cannot get around to the other side from here. We have to do quite a big detour to get to her, and I don't know what direction she's moving in right now. But it's quite exciting because the impala are still around, and there are also some zebra making their way down to the dam.
The elephants have arrived at the water, and they're now having a very replenishing drink. It's not a hot day by any stretch of the imagination, quite chilly still, but they need a lot of water to process the winter vegetation that they must eat in such huge volume. Eat, drink, walk. This is the lesson that the youngsters have to learn. But it's a bit more complicated than that, as we were discussing. They need to learn what to eat when, where the best spots to eat are, and of course where all the water is. Excuse me. So some of them have headed off across to the other side of the waterhole, and others were a bit braver and decided to come and drink right where we were. It's not hugely enthusiastic drinking. You know, normally on a hot day you'll see them rushing down. Some of them will spray water all over themselves, some of them will go for a swim. And sometimes on a day like this you'll find them swimming, but normally not. Doesn't look to me like swimming is in the offing today. And now they'll head across the dam wall and see what there is to eat the other side. You can see how slowly they're ambling. Ruda, for sure, elephants have a role in the ecosystem. I'm just going to shift forward a bit. They have a keystone role in the ecosystem. They are, to a large extent, the greatest architects of this landscape. Without them, this landscape would look profoundly different. So, for example, in the Kruger National Park area, there are about 15,000 elephants at last count, and all of them eating an enormous amount of food every day, and so they change the structure of the vegetation profoundly, and the changes that they wreak are effective on so many levels for so many other species. Just if we look, in fact, to the side here, we can see a tree that was pushed over by an elephant, and this particular tree did actually rot from the inside before it was pushed over. But the pushing over of this tree has created a whole new ecosystem. Without the elephants, that ecosystem would not have been created. And so yes, elephants have a massive role in the ecosystem. But I think it's important to understand that the ecosystem itself doesn't provide a niche or a role for the elephants to fulfill. What's happened is that over the course of evolutionary time, the elephants and the ecosystem in which they exist have evolved together, such that the ecosystem that is around them is able to survive with the elephants in it, and the elephants are able to best survive in the ecosystem in which they find themselves. And that's a constantly changing thing. So if you were to come back to the Earth, say in about, 200 to 300,000 years, you'd probably find that it would look very different. These elephants would have various adaptations, the ecosystem would have changed, the vegetation would have changed, and things would have moved along. And so, while they do play a role in the ecosystem, the correct way to look at it is much more that they occupy a niche. They don't fulfill a function. They occupy a niche that has a certain effect on the ecosystem around them, and the ecosystem and the various aspects of that ecosystem adapt according to interactions with elephants and also the myriad other species that occur in the area. But we do call elephants a keystone species because their effect is so profound in whatever environment they are.
Well, talking about the elephants and being key in the environment, I would say the wildebeest do the same here in the Masai Mara. Because what would happen, you would imagine the number of thousands and thousands of the wildebeest moving on the ground. What happens is, as they walk, they keep eating the grass, they churn the soil, and you would imagine they tend to turn it around, which would help the vegetation to get better. So as much as you would say elephants are also key to changing the vegetation and balancing the ecosystem, the wildebeest do the same. Now, have a look. We've got quite a huge herd of them walking there. So you'd imagine each beast with 4 legs. Look at the size of the hooves, what they step on. They churn that piece of land, turn it around, and just like in our villages or in our homes, how we go digging in our gardens, I would say the wildebeest tend to do the same. And then, of course, once it rains, plus all the droppings they leave behind, like fertilizer or like natural manure, the vegetation or the small little grass or plant that would grow, it makes it easy for them to do that. Now, the herd you see there is heading towards the river. We saw a crossing earlier, and we're just crossing fingers that we'll see another crossing. There's a very high potential that they will cross. So I'm staying here, no rush. Patience, it's very important by the riverbank, and we'll see what will happen.
Patience is so important in the bush. It's what lets us get the sightings that are so incredible. Here we have some zebra going about their daily business that herbivores do, which is, like James said to you with the elephants, eat, drink, ablutions, obviously, and the occasional deep sleep. Now we're chatting about how animals change their landscape. And zebras also have an influence on the landscape. All animals do. As they walk around and they trample grass, leaves areas open for other seeds to come in and germinate. And they walk through in their little herd. So actually a lot more stomping goes on than you may expect. Not as much as you would see with an elephant, but definitely they also affect the landscape in that way. Now they're often seen foraging with wildebeest. And wildebeest just chomp and chomp on the grass. And then the zebra like the smaller grasses or the lower grasses. So it's like a lawn mowing system. The wildebeest come in, indiscriminately eat, then the zebra come in, they clip the grass even shorter, and it keeps the grasses at bay, because what will happen is that grasses are fuel for fires, especially at this time of year when it's very dry. It's about the driest point, and now it's windy as well. So it's important for the herbivores to move around and eat as much of that as they can, so there isn't fuel for fires. Also, if there's too much dead grass on top of itself, it can kill itself or suffocate itself. We call that dead grass heaps moribund. And all these herbivores help in keeping all of that in check and making sure that fires don't have too much fuel. Of course, they're not thinking about that kind of thing, but because of the way the system works, everybody has a job. From the ants, termites, spiders, all the way up to elephants and our predators. Everyone has a job in shaping this landscape. You can see that tail is swishing back and forth, making sure that no parasites, no flies are getting into the sensitive bits. And they will also occasionally eat quite dry, even burnt twigs and grass, which again is important in controlling veld fires. You see some impala coming to join them now. There was a massive herd with them at first. Now there's two young boys that are coming along too. And like we said before, herbivores working together, all after the same type of thing, but just a little bit different. These boys are mixed feeders, so they're not just grazers. They'll be looking for leaves as well as bits of grass.
And I'm still with my wildebeest a little bit further up from where I was. Interesting topic you were talking about, animals that contribute to changing landscape. And for sure, wildebeest is one of them. Zebra and wildebeest, elephant, all of them, they do help. Over here, you can see this animal, the wildebeest, doing exactly that. It is important to get rid of this grass and also to fertilize it. And this is what is the role of the wildebeest. Smaller antelopes like Grant's gazelle, waterbuck, Thompson's, reedbuck, oribi, dicus, dik-diks, all of them cannot exist in such a long grass, and so the wildebeest play a big role in making sure that they mow it down. This is a duty they have dedicated themselves to doing for the last about 70 years since the migration started, and they come every year to do that, exactly passing through same spots for about 3 months, making sure it's all the way down before leaving back to the Serengeti. This is an animal that does very well. Every year, about 500,000 are born. Linda, thank you for your question. You ask, how many do wildebeest cross? How many times do they cross the river? Well, I don't know how to frame that, but they do cross many times. Per day, estimate maybe 7 crossings in the high time, which is now. We have very many crossings stretching at an area of about 40 kilometers. So they're crossing at different points. Telling exactly how many times one crosses is hard. I won't lie to you. But per day we can get 3 to 5 crossings. On a good day, up to 7. So I hope you can figure out how to answer yourself from that, because exactly we cannot figure out how many times one crosses, but we do get many crossings, in high time like now. Yeah, that is the beautiful landscape of the beautiful Masai Mara. The never, disappointing Olololo Syria escarpment back there. Alone zebra. Butchers. Yeah, this time of day, this is typical. When they get hot, they will stop. Sometimes they will be joined by more it's like they are discussing a strategy of exactly what to do. Usually they need to drink, so they think of where to go, but for some reason they tend to stop and just look like they're thinking of nothing. Kathy, thank you for your question. You ask if there are more wildebeest in the world than any other animal. I doubt. I think in America they have the deer called the longhorn. I don't know if I'm correct, but there are very many. In Africa, these guys are the most. I think, there's somewhere in the world where there's more animals than these. I don't think they're the only ones that outnumber, all the other animals. Yes, but over here, definitely they are, they outnumber all the other animals. Yeah, that is a male. You can tell by, his thick horns. He's got a belly button. And that behavior of, like swinging the head from one side to the other, typical of males, checking out, females in estrus. And that call, they're always calling, That is very typical of wildebeest, call when, especially a male is looking for females.
Everyone, we are very lucky because we managed to get another view of the wild dogs that Trishala had a little bit earlier on. They very kindly allowed us back into the sighting. Now they're heading onto a reserve where we cannot travel, unfortunately, but it's very nice to see them regardless. But I do think it looks like they're adopting a kind of hunting posture. And I know that our boundary is actually not far off towards the left-hand side of your picture. So we might be able to stay with them for longer than you think, or than I had expected. So very special. Oh, they're so lovely. Look at the tiny little thing. Randy, no, as far as I'm aware, wild dogs are very poor pets. They go wild very quickly, so apparently they will raise relatively tamely from babies, but then they start to wander and they start to move around a lot, and you can't keep them domestically, and so you can't train them. Okay, they're after something. They're chasing something now. Let's move around a bit here because our boundary is here. And as we came in, we saw a herd of impala, and I'm pretty sure that that's what they're after. Yeah, the impala are now running, charging down here. There comes an impala. Haven't come out yet. Two impala crossing the road in front of us, running for their lives. They don't bother to alarm call when the dogs are chasing, they just run. Now of course they can change direction 150 times during the course of a chase. So they were running straight towards this area here. The herd of impala was right here. Two of them have scattered that way. The rest have scattered somewhere else. You got them. There's some impala still here. Let's wait here with them. Just keep an eye out all sides. Let's keep quiet. These guys don't know what's going on here. They don't realize. Let's wait quietly. The wind is blowing, so it's very good hunting conditions. Nothing coming out yet. Now that's strange. I think they must have chased up towards the north. Let's carry on up here. They definitely chased something. You always got to keep a lookout behind. They could pop out anywhere, literally. Just listening to the radio to see that nobody else has seen them. See anything else? I think they're probably chased up towards the north around here, but we'll keep having a look to see if they pitch up. Yeah, they're just watching. Those are vultures, and it's because it's got hot.
So while James is looking for those wild dogs, oh, there's one of the small cubs. That's quite a surprise. In fact, that's about the most excitement we've had in the last few minutes. You can see it's moving into the shade. It's been, sun's starting to become warmer now. And where this little one was laying, decided to move over. Tammy, I don't think I got your question clearly, but I think it might have been how old they are. Sorry, so how big is this pride at the moment? And altogether here today we have 18 of them. 2 males, which I suppose technically is not quite part of the pride, although they're the fathers of these little ones. And then those 2 little ones, they're the newest addition. And then there are 6 other adults and 8 young ones.
Let's go straight here. We've got a hunt on, everyone. Their dogs have scattered that herd of impala. They've run all over the place. One of them's gone in there. Thousands have gone down here. Here's one right here. Let's wait with this one and see what happens. He's now listening to hear the rest of the pack. Absolute mayhem going on here. And his ears are the most important part. Here comes another dog behind us. Let's just stay with this one, Theo. I'll tell you if we need to move. I can see another one coming behind us. Yeah, just running up the road behind us. And he's going to follow. All right, let's go. Oh, and here comes another lot, straight in front of, straight from the right. There you go. And yet again, the theory that these guys hunt in some kind of coordinated manner is put completely to rest. They do not. They completely bombshell all over the place. See, he's listening now. He's listening to see if he can hear any of the others catching, because they'll make that loud twittering sound to attract the rest of the pack. Here come the puppies out of the bush there. They're also waiting, hoping desperately for something to eat. It's important that we're relatively quiet because they use their ears so much. See, they're trying to regroup now. They've flushed that whole herd, and I don't think they hit one. I think if they'd hit one, they all would be running towards where it had been caught now.
Yeah, Micah, more to your right. She just headed towards that drive north one. It's just not on that then just more south of next year over here. Copy, friends.
He's hoping, he's looking down to where the others went, chasing the last straggler from the herd of impala. But I think he's going to be disappointed. The good news is they're crossing onto Juma, where we're allowed to drive. You might just be able to hear them whining at each other as well. Difficult for them to hear also with the amount of wind that there is today. Okay, let's move a little bit. As the pups come out. Here comes another adult. That's the one that I call the toothless wonder. Except he's not toothless at all. He's just missing a piece of his lip, which means that his tooth sticks out. Yeah, they missed there. They're regrouping. Here comes another one, straight out the front. He looks a bit more excited. You can imagine them talking to each other. Did you catch? Did you catch? No, no. Did you? No, no. What about Fido? Did Fido catch? No, no. Okay, we'll try again later. Kids are hungry. Yeah, I know. There's Toothy. Sorry, Toothy is a she, I forgot. In fact, I think Toothy might actually be the alpha female. You can see she's been lactating. The rest of the adults slowly starting to move into position now. All right, let's move very slightly forward because we've got the puppies all in a little shady group. And we'll stay here for as long as we can. Righty, you're still with us? And the puppies are all running up towards where the adults are going to, I suppose, reaffirm the social bonds. And there'll be a big pile of dogs. Yeah, the little ones are now getting a bit of discipline. Is that right, Theo? There we go. And the adults are still moving, and that's obviously because they feel a meal needs to be provided at some stage today, which it does. This smell is just amazing. Even if they don't have the best sense of hearing in the bush, then it must be very close to the best sense of hearing in the bush. I don't know if it is the best of the best. It's, again, one of those things that's very difficult to test, but I suspect it must be close. Now, the adults are still trying to hunt. They're still thinking about hunting. So with any luck, they'll have some luck, and we'll be here to see it.
So, if the wildlife was still thinking about hunting, maybe they should have come over towards this side. You can see we're just having the tail end of, which was a very, very large herd of impala, moving up along a clear game path over that edge there, down towards the feeding grounds where they'll probably spend most of their day and only come back later today. Now, while this was happening down at the watering hole, the lions on the other side, nothing has changed on their side. You can see the two mating lions are still flat down. We had that young cub move earlier. Ooh, there we go. Female head up, scratching a bit. See the male's ear twitched. He definitely is very, very aware of her movements. So let's see what happens here. You see she's looking over towards where the pride is. Now, people often put a time to how often these cats mate. But I have to say, from what I've seen, it happens in the mornings, and when the weather's cooler, they do have more of a regular intervals between mating sessions. But once it gets hot, and usually from about this time of the morning, then the intervals might become a lot longer. So let's have a look and see what she does. She's moving over towards him. Head down. He's up. Look at her throwing herself at him. How incredible was that? You see, look at him scraping his back feet and looking around, scraping around on top of that. It looks like a magic worry bush. In fact, you might even decide just to take it out completely. It's a bit of an awkward position. But I guess what better way to show others that you were here than completely removing it. It's not always just the elephants that break trees and bushes out here. He's probably going to go lay back down somewhere close by. You saw the whole pride was roaring when he did his call. And it sounded like one of the older females had a very, very loud response. For the young ones, often it's slightly confusing, and there you go and move around during this time. But look at that lioness. See, foot up in the air, having some wind come through. And that's a comfortable position for her at this point. We saw the male jumping back right after they mated. And that's because those feet and the front paws coming around quickly can be quite dangerous. Now, he's still got his head up, and I think he's going to look around for a little bit. But then he'll put his head down as well, and things will be relaxed once again for at least the next couple of minutes.
Wonderful to see, all that drama or action with the lions there. Well, we do not have to look for animals in the grass because these wildebeest here have eaten, have churned, have stepped on and rolled on this grass, and it is quite short. So we are still stuck by the Mara River, and what these wildebeest have been trying to do is to go down to the water and thinking, are we going to cross or not? What are the chances of us being caught by the crocs? So sometimes they go all the way down, have a drink, and then come right back. Occasionally I've seen them go down and decide to cross, and they go poop to the other side. So we're just waiting patiently to see what would happen. But there's a potential, I still want to believe, of them crossing now. A croc like that you see there could be a concern. There's one moving to the left of your screen. You see that one there? And I do not know. Oh, it's going to catch a little baby. Oh no, look at that. I'll be quiet for some time. Bang. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who could be a bit squeamish, this is all what happens out here in the African bush. And the crocs are carnivores, they need to survive, and that baby wildebeest is gone. Well, rather sad, but what that croc now will do is try and drown the baby, and once the baby or the calf gets drowned, it will die and gonna stash it somewhere for a meal. We'll wait to see if this calf and the crocodile will pop up anytime now. We'll just be watching. Oh, it's a circle of life. Somebody has to die for the rest to survive. Sorry about that. But look what I have here. Gray-crested crane. That is a sub-adult. It is nice to see them when they're growing. He's not fully fledged, so the colors are not bright. They are not as they're supposed to. And he's learning to be a gray-crested crane, picking little insects, creepy crawlies. And to the left is the mother or the dad. Usually they go together. Excuse me, I'm gonna move slightly because I was in the middle of the road. Yes, this is called the gray-crested crane. They pair for life, and they have their youngsters, and they rear them, bring them up together. We're gonna be enjoying them, just in a minute. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As you can see, they are very busy foraging, feeding, on little insects, locusts, grasshoppers. They are learning that. You can tell that there are two that are very scruffy. Those are the youngsters. Yeah. And the rest are adults. The one to the left is an adult, and I think the one in the middle there, scruffy one, is the youngster, and then the other one is the adult, the third one. Yeah, this bird is found in East Africa. It's a national bird of Uganda, and during mating, males have got this elaborate dance where they jump up and down. Just he's practicing, the little guy. I think he's a male. They jump up and down, jump up and down, and then all of a sudden they spread their wings and do a 360. Usually that is very impressive, and the female usually gives in. Mating takes place, and typical of them, they lay 3 to 2 eggs, and most of 2 survive, like you can do here. They are trying to get away as far as possible from us because we are already a danger. We are humans. I'm gonna leave them to do their thing. Yeah. This one, as I said, they're getting away from us. It is the national bird of Uganda. Do you know the national bird of Kenya, or the national animal of Kenya? I'll wait for you to give me an answer a short while.
things really, really interesting in the Mara. The Mara is just amazing in all that it has to offer, especially at a crossing. I've been to the hyena den to see if there was anything happening there. It was very quiet, no adults around. Obviously the cubs are in the den. But that is it. So now I'm moving west. I might pay a visit to Mbambili and see what that side of the world has to offer.
We followed them. The adults got up and ran. We stayed with the youngsters and we followed very gently behind. And it was amazing to watch the little things navigate, stopping, listening, moving, stopping, listening, and running. They obviously knew that something had been killed, and now here they've arrived with the rest of the adults. I can't tell what has died. It looks like a bushbuck to me. Or a NGALA. Yeah, it's might even be an impala. Can't tell. We'll wait for its head to emerge. It's an impala. Now that thing has been devoured in less than 5 minutes. Unbelievable scenes here. I know it's very macabre. Let me just move up onto this little island here, Theo. I think it might be a little bit more helpful to you. That is a seriously macabre scene there of the alpha male fighting over the head of whatever it is. Yeah, an impala. Carefully, you can hear them panting. That's quite interesting to see this little tussle going on, because we see them as a, generally egalitarian society. Whereas here, there's a much more leonine fight going on over the food. Well, that's not particularly aggressive. Somebody saw something. The alpha's gone off with the head. He's taken the spoils. The pups are all now begging from the adults who've eaten, and they're fighting over the scraps of what's left. Oh, we got very lucky today. For them to have killed at this time of the day is very unusual. Here comes a hyena. Hyena's coming, belting in. They've caught the hyena. Let's just wait here. It's a young hyena too. And it's making much more noise than is necessary. Tawny eagle flowing in as well. Goodness gracious. Now that hyena is making that noise to discourage being attacked. It's not because it's in a lot of pain. It could easily have just turned around and run away, but it came back towards where it thought there was some food. Completely fearless. And also prepared to take a hit. It's prepared to get thumped in order to get some food. Yeah, the hyena's still around. It has given up now. I think it's gone off towards the right. But it was prepared to take a couple of bites to investigate to see what it could find. And as it all happened, a tawny eagle came floating in, and now Theo spotted a whole lot of vultures, which are also quite keen to get in on the action, but there's going to be absolutely nothing left by the time they get down here. Yeah, Jenna, it is absolutely crazy. It's completely wild. They are always the most exciting sightings, wild dog sightings. And it just goes to show you never can tell what time of the day it's all going to kick off. This particular action kicked off much later than you'd normally expect. All right, let's move around this little gully, I think, Theo. We'll get a better look at what's going on. Just need to fetch Theo's cushion, which he dropped out of the car in the excitement of the hyena's arrival. Here's the hyena. That hyena is not scared. So we'll reposition and see what we can find. Or let's wait and see what he does. That's a young hyena too. I mean, that hyena can't be more than a year old. Some of our viewers will be able to identify it. And asking for more trouble. Here comes an adult now. It's Toothy. If Toothy gets a sight of this hyena. Ooh, here we go. The hyena missed out. Here it comes. Oof, it's going to be in trouble if the adults see it. Here they come. One bite on the backside, then the dog knew that it was on its own. And if there's one thing a wild dog knows, it's to stay away from the business end of a hyena, because those jaws are lethal. And here it comes again. Hyena now coming out of that thicket. I think the rest of the adults have realized, adult dogs I mean, have realized that this is a young hyena and doesn't pose an enormous threat. All right, now we are going to move. We're going to go around the other side and hopefully get... Oh no, hang on. Here we go. This is unbelievable stuff. The hyena. Let's just see what happens here. Oh, he's got a little scrap. Well done. Well done, Mr. Hyena. No one's backing you in this particular fight, but you've got yourself a little bit of a meal there. That shows you the value of persistence. Clearly not enough, though. Want some more. Absolutely relentless. These dogs would kill this hyena. If they got hold of it properly, they'd kill it. Giraffe woman, it's both. It's both fearlessness and bravery.
Okay, copy that. Are they static or still moving?
I mean, without this kind of bravery, hyenas wouldn't eat. Now they've left a great big lot. I suppose now what the hyena's got is bits and pieces that wouldn't necessarily be digestible to the dog, so the skin and the bigger bones. Oh, it's going to be very happy with that return. Everyone's had a piece. Wow. All right, now we really definitely are going to move around and get a better view of the others. Wasn't that special?
Welcome back, guys, and now I have something else. Yeah, Africa tallest, the Maasai giraffe. And here looks like they're very relaxed. These are males. I will be telling you that shortly, but we have more of them, and they all look like they're chewing their cud. Very inquisitive, as you can tell. I love that stare. They look at me like I owe them something. It's like, they know I'm talking about them. Look at them. It is interesting when they chew like that. If you watch keenly, you'll see them swallow, and then you'll see them regurgitate, another cud coming up the neck. Let's wait and see. Let's hold there and see. He's chewing. I'm gonna tell you when to look. He's chewing, yum, yum, yum. It's very tasty. Thank you for that side profile. Okay, swallow. Going down. Do you see that? Okay, wait on the neck. Wait on the neck. You'll see a ball come up. Wait. You'll see it come up on the neck. Look at the neck. You'll see it come up. There it comes. Yeah. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but usually it comes like a bullet. You see this ball, coming up, and it stretches a little bit, and then it chews it, and till it's properly utilized and chewed, then it takes it down. It is a ruminant, which means it's got a 4-chambered stomach. Normally, they'll collect everything they're eating, especially leaves, and put them into the large intestine, the rumen, and then that's where it ferments. It gets fermented. It is hard to digest cellulose, so that's where it gets fermented to dilute that cellulose. Then they regurgitate it back, ready to be chewed and taken to the other chambers of the stomachs. This is the famous Maasai giraffe, very widespread and found in East Africa. How you can identify it is by looking at the pattern. It's got a jigsaw puzzle or patches. That's how you identify it. And then from the ankles down, it's got socks. We cannot see that. We have another 2 species. We're very fortunate in Kenya. I won't talk much about them. Let's stick to what we have. Yeah, and all of them looks like they're chewing their cud. Yeah, you can't see the socks from here, but definitely it is a Maasai giraffe. They stand about 18 feet tall, can weigh up to 1,500 kilos for females. Very good eyesight. They have amazing eyelashes. Look at that, like pointed muzzle, the mouth. Unlike most other grazers, this is to be able to penetrate inside bushes. If it was like flat or square, it will actually interfere with getting into the bushes. So when it's pointed, it is much easier. They also have very prehensile lips, like fingers for amazing noses that they open when they want to breathe, so that leaves don't get inside. So everything is properly thought of. Long eyelashes for stopping the leaves from getting into the eyes. So it's a well thought animal. And here looks like they have parked, meditating and chewing the cud. Yeah, that to the right there is a male. You can tell by its horns, which are not true horns. Horns are made of small hairs called keratin. They're compressed. But these ones, they have skin. They are called ossicons. They're bones with skin around them. So they are not true horns. How you can differentiate between females and male is when you look at the male, the top of the horns are bare, and the female looks like a hairbrush. Yeah, that is a male. Those two are males. You can tell that, the thick horns, the top is bare. Yeah. From here, they can look around and make sure there's no danger, so they can, chew their cud comfortably. Their numbers in Africa are declining. Main threat is poaching and habitat loss. But we are very lucky to still have a very good number of them here in the beautiful Masai Mara. This one here looks like he's looking at me. He knows I'm talking about them. Look at that. Yeah. Thank you for your answers. You said that the lilac-breasted roller, the crested crane, and the dodo. Unfortunately, nobody gets the jackpot or the right answer. We don't have a national bird in Kenya. We have a national animal, and if you can guess it, I'll be waiting for an answer. We have a national animal. We don't have a national bird. Yes, I'm sorry I did twist you there to ask you about a bird. I thought, you'd check it out. But thank you for your answers. Okay, I'm going to stay with my giraffes. They're really like hypnotizing to relax. So I'm going to relax here a little bit. And I'll, see you in a few minutes.
We haven't moved, and I'll tell you, my favorite animals in the African bush are elephants. Giraffes are quite interesting, but now the wildebeest here are coming to have a drink. We all know water is life, and after eating so much, they'll always come to have a drink to help in the digestion. But at the same time, saying water is life, we got, the reptiles, like the crocodiles that live in this water. So as much as they're having a drink there, they're very, very careful that crocs do not catch them for, one reason or another. We all know crocodiles got very special eyelids that under the water they can open their eyes and they can see what is happening in the outside world. Let's just listen to the calls of this wildebeest here. There must be some communication of some sort, and I always imagine as a person they're like agreeing and disagreeing. This place is safe to cross? We do not think so. Okay, let's give it a chance. They come so close to the water and then they change their mind. So, you never know what happens. But as I said earlier, the best thing to do here is just to be patient and watch and wait. What you hear in the background are hippos. Now, if you look carefully, one group is so close to the water near your screen, and there's a group that has just veered off to the left. So if there's a little feeling that where they want to cross is not safe, they have small little democracies amongst themselves, just like the buffaloes, that doesn't sound right. And most likely maybe we'll end seeing them, all of them moving to the left. Neva, I'll tell you, or rather you want to know whether there's a leader who always makes the decision. For the wildebeest, it's always very difficult. Unlike the buffaloes that you can identify a particular female being like the lead one when they make decisions or when they move, for the wildebeest, even for us who have been out here, in the African wilderness for many years, it's always rather hard to know whether there's a particular leader that makes a decision. But as I said, among us, the wildebeest, we got small little tribes, small little groups, and if a particular group decides this is the way we go, that's the direction they go. Now, Neva, we got this group here. It's still debating whether to cross at this point or not, but the other group that was equally as big have moved to the left. The rivers in all the game parks in Africa have so much action. We got hippos, we got crocs, we got animals drinking, and let's have a look at what happens.
Rising on the northwestern edge of the Great Rift Valley and flowing into Lake Victoria some 400 kilometers later, the Mara River is a great vein of life. Running through one of the world's most famous wilderness areas, shaped and fed by African thunderstorms, rapids, pools, and banks provide sustenance to a variety of creatures. For the wildebeest, zebra, and gazelle of the Great Migration, the Mara River is a quencher of thirst. And also a fateful test. The herds must cross in search of grazing, but beneath the muddy surface lurks some of the world's largest crocodiles. They have been waiting for the migration for almost a year. For those that survive the rapids, rocks, and crocodiles, pastures of sweet red oat grass await.
Welcome back once more. We have elephant, and they look like they're also on a mission. Everybody is on a mission right now. Everybody is walking. This is a big bull following a small breeding herd. By the behavior of the female ahead, could we stick to her, James, the one in front? You can tell she keeps turning and looking behind. See that? It's like they have been harassed by this male, and he's trying to, make a distance or, keep a distance from him, but he's catching up quite fast. But she's persistent, she's going, you can tell she wants to be as away as possible from this male. Maybe one of the females there is coming into season in the next few days, and he can sense that, and so he wants to be, very close. He doesn't want to be very far. And up there, you can tell the wildebeest are also, heading somewhere. They are moving closer and closer towards Little Governors. This is how far they've come today, if you know this area.
In general, the hippos do not have major interactions or concerns with the wildebeest. The challenges are always between the wildebeests and the crocodiles. Now, these ones that are drinking here must be very thirsty. They're trying to quench their thirst because, they know the dangers that is in front of them. To try and cross this river, so many things would go wrong. Not sure whether they're trying to prepare themselves, to save themselves before they take the dangerous plunge in the water. Occasionally we have noticed once the pressure builds so much from behind, the ones drinking will stop drinking and they'll be pushed in the water and the crossing will start. It's always very difficult to know the position they're going to cross and the time they're going to cross. But again, as I said out here, patience is key. The Mara River is one of the longest rivers that we got in Kenya, and it originates from Kenya, swings through the Masai Mara Game Reserve, then to the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, and then back to the Masai Mara, and it drains in Lake Victoria. About 400 kilometers long, or about 250 miles odd. A very important habitat for these two conservation areas, the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park. Very interesting. The ones close, or the ones very close to the riverbank, are pretty young, unlike the adults which I would expect to be close there. We'll keep waiting and see what happens.
We've been sitting here with these wild dogs waiting to see what's happened. And so far, not a great deal, except they now seem to be moving off towards another spot in the shade, where I think the adult, or the alpha male, is. Taking a little piece of food with. Oh, they're so cute. And hyena is still around, if you can believe it. Oh, shame, that little thing's got a limp. That's not great. All right, well, we can move around there and have a better look. Oh, there's a bit of disciplining going on. Just don't want to get anyone's way. So let's go this way. I'll just be able to hear them squealing at each other. No. Cranky, no. They will normally finish what they can of whatever kill they make before moving on to catch something else. But you must remember, of course, that they don't kill necessarily as a pack. So sometimes the pack can kill more than one thing. And then they would have more than one carcass on the go at the same time. But they would then leave that carcass once they'd finished eating, once they'd got full. I've seen two dogs kill a bushbuck once, adult bushbuck ram. They ate what they could and then packed it in. They didn't carry on eating. So it's not like they will hang around a carcass that they haven't, or that that there's still meat on. There's a lot of stick and bush in the way of this sighting now. I think they're after the hyena again. Oh, or they're after more food. They've taken off at high speed. I have to now try and turn around. Yes, it's the hyena that's being flattened. It's in here, Thea. I'm just listening. I heard the incredible noise. I'm just going to move back because we're in their shade. And they were in this shade. There we go. I'm just going to move back here. So that they can come back to where they were. There we go. Should do it. gently coming back. Yes, Megan, their calls are amazing, aren't they? That kind of whooping, twittering. And you would have also heard them bark. You would have heard the bark that they made when that hyena arrived. And they'll probably settle around here for most of the day. Koala bear breakaway pack forms when the pack gets too big, basically, and also when, if you've got a large cohort, I'm just going to have to move. That's fine, we don't need to move. If there's a large cohort 1 year, you know, with lots of females and lots of males, they're all related to each other and they will disperse from each other and form a breakaway pack to start with. I think often the term breakaway pack is used interchangeably or mistakenly perhaps for dispersal pack or any kind of movement away from an original pack. But it's not necessarily a breakaway, it could easily be a dispersal. But it largely happens when there is an inability to feed the pack because there are too many animals. That hyena is still mucking around here.
So there we have a little bit of a wider perspective on what's happening in that situation. Up front, we have the one male, which is the physically bigger male, actually. And he's got a darker mane. And then that one with his head up at the back. That's a physically smaller, lighter male, with a nice yawn from his side. You can see he's already got his head up. He's waiting. Whoa! Getting up. He's probably going to go investigate the female. There's always a little bit of tension. You can see she doesn't look awfully excited. She's not really paying too much attention. And let's see if he gets the idea. Doesn't look like she's going to make any sudden movements or throw herself at him again like we saw earlier. He's also going back down. Maybe it's not time yet. Now what's interesting is it's often said that it's the bigger, darker male that's the more dominant out of the two and the one that's most likely to mate with the females. But in this case, what I've often noticed is that this male is the one that starts out mating with the females and the other one might move in a little bit later. But I've also seen the two of them fight, where this one is actually a little bit more aggressive and he often pushes his brother back to the outskirts. Now I haven't seen any interest from the other brother this far, although both of them and this female that he's mating with were gone from the rest of the pride for the past couple of days. If you have a look at the bushes and the grass in the background, you can see the wind's blowing quite strongly at this point. And because of that, the whole pride decided just to lay down here. But have a look at that male, constantly scanning around and being quite protective over her. So I think we're going to sit here and see if he changes.
Once more GNU, more wildebeest, part of the migration, different location and different wildebeest, all with a different mission. They are crossing the road right in front of us. I wonder why did the wildebeest cross the road? I may ask myself. Yeah, do we have an answer of the national animal of Kenya? Okay, these guys, I don't know what mission they have, but there is a swamp to my left. I think that's where they're headed. It is quite a huge herd. A good, maybe, I would give him 10,000. And yeah, they've stretched a long way. You know, Big James will be sharing that with you. But if I may just tell you, the national animal of Kenya is the lion. We don't have a bird, we just have an animal, and it is a lion. They get comfortable once they get to the other side of the road, and you can see them grazing. Yeah, really seriously. Yeah, it's amazing, you know. I hope you're enjoying this. It's one in a lifetime, coming live from the Masai Mara. Talk to us. Hashtag CGTN Wild. Hashtag Wild Earth. Questions, comments are very welcome. This is an amazing sight. I hope you are enjoying this as I am. You know, you don't get to see this every day. We have a very short window during the migration when I see this. So I always appreciate. I hope you're doing the same. Yeah. Remember that we haven't seen one wildebeest twice since this morning. Each one of them is different. I have been moving every almost 10 minutes. In every segment I've been making, it has been a very different location. Believe me. Yeah, they're all different. It looks like there's no wildebeest left in the Serengeti. They're all here. Yeah. All very healthy, lots of young ones. Yeah, when I tell you about 250,000 of them are born during the bathing season, which is February, March, in southern Serengeti, you have to believe me. You see how many young ones are there. And the ones with the slightly carved horns are younglings from last year. You'll see the difference in horns. There's those ones with very sharp, straight, and there's those ones with slightly folded ones. Those ones are from last year. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be vocal so that I can leave you to enjoy the sounds. Not very much, but please enjoy the sight as Big James, you know, shows you how many they are and rolls the camera.
And there seems to be plenty nice big elephant bulls here on Simbambili. We saw two huge ones as we were coming in, and they moved off. Now we come here to the dam and one is feasting. All that juicy vegetation will be growing on the sides of the dam wall there. You can see it's really green compared to the rest of the bush. And that's exactly what this bull will be looking for. I want you to watch it eating this branch that is broken off. There's a little bit of green on it. I wonder if it'll be eating the whole thing or not. William, you'd like to know if elephants prefer green or dry plants and grass? Definitely green. Definitely. If you can imagine yourself, nice green vegetables are always better, or nice green leaves, than dried up ones without any moisture in them. Now I want to watch whether it eats this stick quite carefully, because many elephants, when they're old, will come to the sides, the edges of dams and water basically riverine areas or bodies of water, where they can eat the softer bits. Plants are nice and juicy. They don't have to do too much chewing. And that's why often we get what's known as elephant grave sites, where lots of elephant bones will be found in one area. And that's a result of old elephants that are at their last cycle of teeth. Maybe they've lost their teeth altogether. Then they'll come to these areas to eat. So I was just watching this guy to see if he'd eat that branch. Ooh, he's dropped some of it. Because he looks also quite old. If you have a look at the forehead, you'll see that there's these depressions on either side. And then if we get to have a look at the jaw or the mouth, you'll see that it's also kind of sucked in. Much like when old humans lose their teeth. They too need to eat soft foods. And their cheeks are a little bit sunken. But it seems that this old boy is still able to chew some of the branches, at least, so he's definitely still got some teeth. At this time of year, when it's dry, if an elephant discovers a good patch of green like this, you can see there it's really green. No doubt they will spend a lot of time at it. I love the way that they are so gentle with their trunks. I think he's at the tail end of his teeth. He's dropping the bigger bits of the branch into the water and eating the softer, more manageable ones. I'm going to sit with this guy for a little longer.
Yeah, welcome back for more wildebeest. They're all busy heading somewhere. If you ask me where, I don't know. They always look like they're on a mission. It's like they really know what they're doing. But nobody actually is heading in one direction. Everybody is going in different directions. It's rather interesting to just watch them, you know. I wish you were here, but I'm glad that you are watching. Yeah, this is happening now. Yeah, those young ones there, the same ones that I've been telling you that were born this year, February, March. Very many of them. Can you imagine, spending a day as a wildebeest? I cannot imagine, just, wake up, putting your head down, up, left, right, then somebody spooks you, you run a little bit, you stop and ask, why did you run? He doesn't answer you. Then all of a sudden you think there's something, you run. Then, you get tired of running, you sit down, you wake up again, eat. Then you think you're thirsty, and you think your friend, knows where the water is. You follow him. Then you end up being chased. You get lost. And oh my God, I cannot imagine. It's a very, very, very interesting life, and that's why I think I am human and they are wildebeest. You ask if they cross the river and then cross back the same place. Yes. Thank you for that question, because I have seen that happen, and not only once but a few times, where they come in a haste, like they really want to cross. They get across, then 20 minutes later, same group turns around and crosses back. And then even the third time, a few of the ones that are crossed, maybe if they were about 200, maybe another 50 lose their mothers, lose their calves, and they decide to cross back. I have seen that, believe me, and it does happen. Hopefully, me and David, in the next coming weeks, we'll be able to share that. We might forget that, you ask, but, watch this space. Stay tuned. You might get to see it. I might forget, but you might see it. Yeah, they do cross and crisscross. That is how many there are. This is slightly a different angle from what I shared with you earlier. And it's just wildebeest as far as you can see. It's an amazing sight. Yeah. One that everybody should see in his lifetime if they could, because it's not seen anywhere else apart from here in the Masai Mara. Look at those ones, top right. They are walking top right, and then when they reach outside the angle we cannot see, they turn around and turn left. This is what is interesting about wildebeest. You never know what they are thinking. They have a mind of their own. The one good thing that happens to them is that they have a survival strategy where they know if we give birth to many of us, we will never go extinct. So, they give birth to 250,000 every year. Of those 250,000, maybe 100,000 reach maturity. Many of them die of exhaustion during the first journey up here, crossing the river, drowning, being taken by crocodiles, not to mention thirst, and also predators do take them. So reaching adulthood, which is about 4 years, maybe about 100,000 will reach maturity. Looks like they're more and more heading to the top right over there. I'm going to relocate slightly, and hope you're going to have fun enjoying a little bit of this.
So those wildebeest in the Mara certainly do have a turbulent lifestyle with all of the predators. And one of those predators would be this lion. Now, its life doesn't look that turbulent at this point. And you can see he's almost falling half asleep. You can see his head's dipping a little bit. He's just enjoying that bit of warm sunlight that's just come through the clouds. But he is currently, and this whole morning so far, been mating with the female that's close to him. You can see now he's woken up. Let's see what he does. He might get up in a minute or two to turn round towards her side and see if she's ready to mate another time. But for him to get to this position, or to this stage in his life, as a mature male, able to mate with the females in the area, he had to go through quite a lot of challenges in life. A big predator like this, they often get a lot of pressure from others within their own species. And it's truly a feat to reach this mature age and being able to mate and sire your own offspring. And even mate and sire your own offspring in front of your other offspring. See, he's just turned his head slightly. And what we're actually seeing here is a lot of very subtle hints from the male towards the female and the other way around. They are communicating even though they're not physically making any noises or even really looking at each other. Even though he looks completely unaware of what's happening around him, he's very, very aware of every move. Every time she moves, every time she rolls around, he knows. And that's why he's still sitting upright with his head ready to make a move. Now this morning we've been timing them, and they've more or less had intervals of 15 minutes between every mating session. It's getting a little bit hotter now, so it might take a little bit longer and longer. And they might even stop for a while during the heat of the day. Now it's difficult to see clearly, but the female's laying down in the shade of that little tree on the termite mound right behind them. And they've chosen that open patch, which looks like an eroded down termite mound. And over there they've spent most of their time this morning. After a while he starts drifting around and he looks at birds and things moving past to pass the time.
Welcome back. Yeah, with mating lions is always a mating game, a waiting game. Yeah, our wildebeest looks like they are still migrating. They are going and going and going. This is another different angle I decided to give you of the same wildebeest, of course, from a few minutes ago. And they are coming and going behind me. Looks like they are on a mission. There is a crossing below what we call Kichwa Tembo airstrip, and I think that's where they're headed. So it's going to be a mission for me either this afternoon or tomorrow to see if they're going to cross. I didn't get the name. Yes, they are Aunt John Samnam. Sorry about your name, but they are related to antelopes, but more a subfamily of the bovids, which are related to domestic animals. You know, the cows, the goats, the sheep. They are more related to that, but it is an antelope, yes. Yeah, mission impossible. We don't know where they're going. Look at that. All coming from the horizon. It looks like they're bubbling from a volcano. If you look way back there, It's beyond what I can see. So they're just coming up and they keep coming and coming. Remember, they just arrived here. They were not here. They're only about 3 miles from here yesterday. And so I think the smell of fresh grass is really pushing them to come, as many as possible. Andrea, did you say it's a beautiful scene? Indeed, it is a beautiful scene. One that, you cannot compare with anything else anywhere. I don't know if you can hear their gnawing. I'll leave you to listen to that a little bit.
This particular bird is not showing us his best angle, but it is worth just having a look. This is a martial eagle, and we saw it coming down from some distance away with its legs out, wings folded up in a diving posture, or sort of parachuting posture, and I think it missed whatever it was attacking. And now it is sitting here looking a bit depressed and irritated. This is the biggest eagle we get here, heaviest and tallest and biggest wingspan. Immensely powerful bird, and whatever escaped being gripped by those fearsome talons can consider itself very lucky indeed. Typical August wind is starting to come up as the warmth builds a little bit. And I'm sure the bird will take to the skies again fairly soon to see if it can't catch something else. It's quite difficult to imagine how it is that this bird is able to catch, given how big it is and that it's in the sky and therefore pretty obvious. But clearly it has its ways and means.
This old bull is still busy nibbling. Isn't he just beautiful? Now you can see he's quite old because he's got a very defined hourglass shape. See the forehead and the tusks come out very wide between the eyes and between the tusks. What a beautiful boy. He's just having a wonderfully peaceful time at the dam here, much like myself. Oh, just lovely. Now we're talking about the teeth. Elephants have a molar in each quadrant of their jaw. Look at that. And those will be replaced 6 times in their lifetime. I would say, if I had to estimate the age of this bull, given the depressions in his forehead and the width between his eyes and tusks, I'd say he's in his 50s. Butterfly, you say he looks great for his age? I couldn't agree more. I think he looks fantastic. I think he looks wizened to the world. It's a really nice big bull.
guys, and very interesting. They were coming and they stopped, and now there are some coming from behind me and going forwards. Typical wildebeest. I can't blame them. Look at that. They're coming from right to left, and those ones that actually were coming, in front of me and heading to behind me, have also turned, and now they're turning left. Yeah, it's amazing, to see these behaviors. They love walking. They love running. I think if they were walkers to be given a prize, wildebeest would win, because there's never a moment where you'll see a group of them just grazing and relaxing. They will always be moving. Still here, it's a mixture of females and young ones. There is a few males. During the migration, we do categorize them in three different stages. The first one usually is the head, usually consists of a lot of zebra and a few wildebeest. Then the body, which the body consists of a lot of females and the young. The tail usually is basically a mixture of draggers, like the males, the old ones. And over here, I can tell you we have the body. From this morning to now, I can easily and confidently tell you we have seen 500,000 wildebeest. Yeah, this is one of the best places to do air safaris, because sometimes being on the ground doesn't do any justice. You asked about the landscape of Masai Mara. I didn't get the last bit, unfortunately, and I don't know if I haven't. Yes, it is very ideal, because there is enough to eat, there is enough area to roam, and it is necessary for them to be here. Otherwise, there's nobody to eat the grass and do the small.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have you here. We're sitting with a herd of elephants off in the thicket because it's a chilly, windy, dreary day here. And they are doing exactly what I want to do and keep warm. So everyone, get ready. It's that time of day for your live safari through the African bush.
Good afternoon and welcome.